Good. Yeah. Good evening. I call this meeting to order at 6:48 p.m. Tonight we have present directors Tytler, DeFreitas, Ramirez, After, and myself, meaning we have a quorum. Thank you to our interpreter. Astrid, would you please share the interpretation instructions with our participants, and then we can turn on the interpretation function. Good. Thank you. The first business in order is the approval of the agenda. Directors, are there any proposed changes to the agenda? No, not yet.
Is this not?
Nope. Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
I make the motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Is there? Speak up.
I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes. Our next agenda item is our opening celebrations and updates by our superintendent, Dr. Anna Cole.
Okay, good evening. We are well into the second semester and there are so many really exciting things to celebrate this week. Want to extend some thanks to our tech team, Brandon Bodette, Mike Cummins, Tina Cheshire, Alan DeBeck, for really supporting the installation and testing of a Verizon small cell network at Riverview K-8 school. We've really struggled with connectivity at Riverview School in terms of cell phone coverage. So what we have now, we've provided a strong cellular connectivity to all Verizon customers and very strong emergency calling signal for anyone with any other carrier. So in terms of school safety and the safety of our staff's ability to use their phones, that has been a significant improvement. We've also updated settings on our Wi-Fi network to enable easier connection for Wi-Fi calling, which provides another stronger option regardless of the carrier. Our team really listened. This became an issue because of the voice of our Riverview staff, who really shared concerns about communication and potential emergency situations over the last year. Chief Operating Officer Ben Baumfalk really worked hard to explore every option to enhance coverage. And so a big thanks to Verizon, who also really leaned in and was the only carrier willing to work with us on a solution. So lots of thanks there in that effort towards safety and connectivity at Riverview. Also want to celebrate tonight Amalia Sparhawk, who's an 11th grader at Roaring Fork High School, who's actually leaving us for a semester because she's been selected to participate in the prestigious U.S. Senate Page Program in Washington, D.C. She was nominated by the office of U.S. Senator John Hickenlooper to do this work. Only 30 students across the country get to do this, have this position. Molly's actually going to be living in Washington, D.C. and working on the floor of the Senate. It's a highly competitive program, brings students from all across the country to DC, so they experience working in the U.S. Senate, helping deliver correspondence and materials within the Capitol and Senate buildings, preparing the chamber for Senate sessions, working on the Senate floor where they assist roll call votes, support senators and staff during debates, and carry bills and amendments to the desk. So we're so proud of Molly. We will miss her this semester and her leadership at Fork, but can't wait to hear about her experience when she returns. Also want to celebrate and make sure the public is aware that we have launched our comprehensive program review of the Roaring Fork School District's special education program. So the Public Consulting Group is the firm that's running this program review. We are hosting right now a series of focus groups. They're really targeted for parent and guardians of students with individualized educational plans. So that's who has been invited explicitly to these focus group sessions. There's some upcoming virtual focus dates next week that families of students with IEPs should keep an eye out for. There will also be surveys as part of this process. So just want folks to keep an eye out for those. Want to really appreciate and celebrate the Family Resource Center of the Roaring Fork Schools. Their annual report was released last week, and some of the highlights include an increase of almost over 200 families that were served in the year-over-year work of the family liaison team. Their work strengthens the family framework. It addresses protective factors. About over 50% of families achieve their goals in economic self-sufficiency and health through their work with the family liaisons. Family liaisons also partnered with families to increase access to childcare, mental health, and food security. Ongoing challenges that the team anticipates is supporting families with health coverage and access to primary care provider. Their annual report is available online. If folks want to dig in a little bit more, we're really lucky, I think, in the commitment that we've had to the Family Resource Center and the way that team has stepped up to support families through this work. Also want to celebrate that classes have started at the CMC Roaring Fork School District Automotive Technology Center. So we have 4 sections of courses running with 12 students each. We have every one of our high schools is sending students to the Automotive Tech Center for classes. Students are getting hands-on experience supported by online modules in industry standard automotive technology. Students will earn college credits towards CMC's associates and applied trades, and they'll be eligible to test for industry certificates. The grand opening of the center is scheduled for January 29th at 3. So lots of thanks to Matt Gianeschi, Jim Jones, Clay Allison from CMC for their collaboration, and the Roaring Fork School District team led by Eric Willis and Mitch Foss to really transform that space into a automotive tech education center. So can't wait for folks to come to the opening and see the space. And then finally, another celebration this week for Glenwood Springs Middle School science teacher Autumn Rivera and former Glenwood Springs High School physics teacher Linda Floor, who were recognized this week with the Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching. This is the highest award K-12 math and science teachers can receive from the federal government. Nominees complete a rigorous application process to demonstrate deep content knowledge and an ability to adapt to a broad range of learners and teaching environments. A panel of distinguished mathematicians, scientists, and educators at the state and national levels assess the nominations before recommending awardees to the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. There were only 6 teachers from Colorado that were awarded this presidential award. Teachers are selected based on their distinction in the classroom and dedication to improving STEM education. So we just want to really congratulate Autumn and Linda, who we miss, for demonstrating excellence in teaching, and we're so grateful for their service, commitment, and inspiration. That's it.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is the superintendent report, which includes a superintendent coaching PD evaluation update presentation from Dr. Cole. Each board member will have 2 minutes to share comments and ask questions at the end.
Okay, so we're headed into the annual superintendent evaluation season. Our community will receive the community feedback survey starting this Friday. And so just wanted to provide the board today in anticipation of that community feedback with just some updates around the evaluation last year, where we are, some of the goals that I've set, you know, the contract that the Board of Education enters into with the superintendent, to me, really feels like a contract with the community. You all kind of the community and our kids. You represent our students, you represent our community, you create this contract. So it felt like this report needed to be somewhat public so that folks knew kind of where the evaluation and feedback for my work has been, what I'm working on strategically in terms of goals, and so that could kind of frame the evaluation that's coming next. So just want to give some updates around this. So we'll talk a little bit about last year's evaluation, some additional evaluation and feedback that we leaned into this year, an update on goals, some updates on coaching and coursework. Those were all components of the contract, my contract for this year, and then next steps. So last year, the community and the Board of Education participated in a superintendent evaluation. You can see the 6 indicators that the board lifts up and evaluates the superintendent on. You can see the strengths and growth areas from that evaluation. Another piece that we did this year in my work and commitment to coaching was we also added another layer of feedback and utilized from school board partners, and Promise 54 developed a 360-degree feedback report. You can see the domains and the competency areas that were measured. All of my direct reports provided feedback on this. The Board of Education provided feedback, and then leaders across the district, both school leaders and department and operational leaders, provided feedback on this pretty robust survey. So you can see there as well some of the strengths and growth areas from that 360 review that happened this fall. Together from last year's evaluation, that 360-degree feedback, 3 key goals that I'm working on this year. And you can see here the alignment of each of these goals to the Board of Education and Community Evaluation and the 360 evaluation. I also would highlight that this first goal, which is really around strengthening district communications, is also aligned to strategic priority number 3 around operational excellence, and our district strategic priority number 4, student-centered partnerships. So this is work that we're really doing in kind of this year of transition around communication systems that one of the pieces I'm working on is to end the year with a more robust plan of how we're going to manage and work on district communications broadly. Second goal, you can see the alignment there. It's also aligned to our strategic plan. Priority number 3 of operational excellence is to really strengthen evaluation coaching plans for senior leadership that then is trickling into departments and teams, especially in our non-certified world. We don't necessarily have a comprehensive, consistent district coaching and evaluation process for non-certified staff. So that's another plan that's aligned to feedback from evaluations and the 360 and our strategic plan. And then finally, the third goal is really around data and strengthening a kind of a comprehensive look at how we're going to be using data, looking at our current state, where we need to head, and really the use of data to drive student well-being and achievement. That's tightly aligned to strategic priority number 2, rigorous learning for all, as well as strategic priority 3, operational excellence. So actually just overviewed the goals. It didn't give you a ton of updates. Everything, I would say goals 1 and 2 are on track. The work is continuing. A lot of the pieces are in place. I think this goal in particular is one that's a little bit on delay. A key component of pushing the data work is visibility, accessibility, and transparency around our data. And we have been working in development to develop a data dashboard for our strategic plan. It's just been delayed due to complexity. We anticipate that'll be out in the next probably 6 to 8 weeks, and look forward to launching that with the board and the community. So I would say that's the only goal that right now feels a little delayed in terms of work being on track. As the board is aware, and the community may not be, some of the expectations in my contract were around attaining an administrative license. So some updates here of the programs I'm in, working towards that, and also to have a formal coaching partner. And so you can see that I've started working with Tom Gregory on specifically around topics of school finance, and then really that goal number 2 and team management and operations. So would love to, next steps. So here's where we go. The community feedback survey, as I mentioned, is going to open up through the 17th through the 27th. So families, community members will receive notice of that in their emails and updates. And then there'll be a self-reflection from me that gets to the board. I think some of these dates, we reviewed this a little bit during work sessions. So some of these dates are a little extended. The board directors will be working on evaluations in February, and we're actually shooting for a public sharing of that the second meeting in February. So I'll adjust these in terms of the deadlines that we confirmed earlier this evening.
Thank you. Director Ramirez, would you mind kicking us off?
Sure. So I did thank you, Anna, thank you, Superintendent Cole, for this report, this update. I did just have a question on goal number 1. There was a work delayed by focus on financial challenges communication, and a plan to focus on high-level communications planning this spring. Can you just share a little bit more about what your hope is for this goal specifically when it comes to district comms?
For sure. You know, a lot of it has to do with staffing. We're short a PIO right now. We wanted to pause, wanted to step back a bit. We have goals to really clarify what our strategies are and levers around district communication. You know, we have a website, we have a community newsletter. That's probably about it. We have board meetings, public meetings. We have a kind of a very, you know, folks can find collections of meetings online, that sort of thing. I don't know that we have a comprehensive plan or theory of action around that. And so the real goal here is to have a plan that includes, you know, how do we know we're being successful in terms of district communications? What would be the key performance metrics, indicators that the work is working? And how are we going to staff this and appropriately fund the work around communications? We did a lot of work a couple of years ago on really pushing and making sure that bilingual communications were a priority for us as a district. And that was really good work. And ensuring that everything that we push out as a school, as schools and as a district comes out bilingually. And I think now it's time to step back even a little higher. That's great that is our norm now. And I think now it's to the point of, you know, asking that question and coming up with an answer for you of how should we be communicating as a district with our schools? What does that look like? What are we taking responsibility for? How are we making sure that there's two-way channels for that? All the while, I think keeping in mind that and trying not to overwork this, because I think one of the really important things about communication and what we hear from families all the time, and when we talk to them about district communications is that for our families to hear from the Roaring Fork Schools as a district matters on occasion. I mean, big financial issues that are going to impact kids and families, folks want to hear about that. But for the most part, what we've heard and what I've heard in this district working with families for 8 years now is that the most important communication that families want with our schools is going to be with their teacher and with their school. And so I do think a piece of this work needs to talk about how we as a district are going to facilitate and support those communications. If our biggest goal is to strengthen student achievement and well-being, there's very little that a district's going to communicate that directly impacts that. But there's a lot that a teacher and a parent can do together in terms of communication to really drive student achievement. So this is an important goal and we need to have a plan. We need to have a theory of action and tight goals around how we're communicating as a district. But we also can't lose sight of the fact that the most important communication that we need to support as a district is between a teacher and a family.
So to that point, for your theory of changing what you hope to accomplish, when do you expect for you guys to have similar to like the bilingual communications plan?
Yeah, you know, the goal for this, I think the timeline, and I can double check that and get that back to you, is by the end of the year to have kind of this plan of here's the district communication channels. This is what we're going to do. This is a cadence. This is going to be the staffing model as we move forward. This is how we're going to measure it. And then, you know, some of those parts about communicating with families, I think is work that's happening in the strategic plan. We have an initiative under strategic priority, the partnering, student-centered partnerships that is really developing a family partnership toolkit. And that work that the Family Resource Center is leading, and actually the team got some amazing feedback this week from the Family Advisory Council on the first draft of that toolkit, really focuses on articulating the best practices for school and teacher-based partnership and communication with families. So that work will happen at the end of the year. I think I'm trying to remember that initiative timeline. And then this goal will be reported on at the end of the school year.
Oh, okay.
As well. So there are kind of two things moving in terms of communication.
But specific to this goal, we're talking about the end of this school year.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. DeFreitas?
Sure. So just following up on the conversation around the communications plan. We had a communications committee kind of dropped off the map there for a little while. And then I know bringing on the contractor, they got diverted to support with financial communications.
Yeah.
So the timeline is, you said a plan by the end of the year, and that might involve a contractor. It might involve bringing that committee. You're going to look at staffing.
Yep.
And go from there.
You got it.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I just had to make sure I heard that.
Yeah, no.
And then you talked about in goal number 2, the data dashboard, just the complexity of it was massive, which is not super surprising to hear. where do you feel like we are as far as providing resources for developing that right now?
We contracted this work out so that it feels, I think we've got the right contractor. I think it's the right scope of work. We've allocated funding to get that dashboard up and running. I think it's a good question in terms of, I think the question I'm sitting with is continuity of that. And it's one thing to get the dashboard up and there's a lot of components that are going to be automated in that information and data, depending on the cadence of when we receive it, right? Attendance data we get daily, CMAS reporting we get once a year. But a lot of that input is going to be automated, but there are chunks of data that needs to push into that dashboard that are manual calculations. And I think that's where it's taken some time for us, is to pull some of those other data pieces that don't exist elsewhere. And so I think that for the development and launch of that project, we have adequately allocated resources to it. I think we really need to think about 25, 26 and what it's going to cost to sustain it, to keep that going. I think it's one of the things is as I'm watching the team try to pull this together, and it is a lot of work to get the input, is what's it going to take to maintain that? I think is a question that we need to grapple with in the 25, 26 budget.
And then once that's up and running, do you feel like that informs the actual implementation of the goal a little bit, which is the data culture plan, growth areas, commitments, values? I mean, I think the idea with the data dashboard was that it puts everything in one place, but it needs to be nimble enough that it's actually informing the decisions and the resource allocation that we make, so they're all data justified. Is that where
Yeah,
it's going?
that the data dashboard, the determination for what's included on that dashboard and what isn't, it's all determined by the strategic plan and the measurable outcomes that we've named for that strategic plan. So it's very much so tied to that. I think that when I think of a data culture plan, it's it's even more than that. It's it's looking at how do we use data across our departments and teams to support student well-being and achievement. A piece of that is this dashboard. And I think a lot of additional pieces are, how do we regularly use data when we're coaching with teachers? I think a lot of the work that Dr. Park has led really is about building more of a data culture within our kind of teaching and learning world. I think there are also components where we need to look at how our operational teams are using data to drive service delivery, to create better conditions for kids and teachers. So I think it's a more comprehensive look at how we use data holistically, but that dashboard is definitely a big piece of it.
Okay, thanks.
Director Tyler?
I would like to just start by saying I'm excited about us having a data culture plan coming aboard. It seems like there's many times when we're asked a question where the answer is we don't have the data on that. And so I think that's very important that we do move forward with that, to have that data culture plan in place for us to be able to access. So I'm excited about that. I would like to ask you just a quick question about your coaching with Tom Gregory. Can you say like how many times you met, what your schedule is, what you're hoping? I understand school finance management, like how has that been so far for you, and how do you view it?
Thanks for the question. To be honest, it's been clunky. The hope was that I would be able to work through Promise 54's coaching service line to match with a coach. And their process starts with the 360, which I was really excited about there's some beautiful alignment between that 360 feedback tool and the board's goals for this role. The feedback, that process, the report that came out of it, I found really helpful and insightful. And it really aligned to some of the other things, but deepened, I think, the way the domains and competencies were set up. And so what was supposed to happen next was that we used that feedback that then Promise 54 would match my growth areas to their suite of coaches. As it turned out, that I would say maybe because of their own systems and structures, their bench was not very deep, and they didn't have someone with superintendent experience to be a coach. And that to me felt pretty essential. And so there was a bit of a pivot when all of that was said and done, and kind of they said, well, this is who we've got. And we kind of went back and forth with me really looking for someone who had been in the space and been a superintendent before, and they couldn't do that. And so I actually ended up leaning more heavily on the University of Colorado Springs administrative licensure program to help me find somebody. And so I was working with some of the instructors in that program, just saying, look, this is what I'm looking for. And as the fall emerged and finance became a really key issue, in addition to the goals that I had, and especially around, I think, kind of the organizational leadership, the team management goals, I kind of led with that. Like I need somebody who's been a superintendent, ideally in Colorado. And I would love to work with somebody who has deep experience in school finance and someone who can speak to kind of organizational leadership and support. And so Tom and I have really just been meeting about monthly for about the last 3 months. And that work will continue through this year. And I think to me, it feels like maybe this summer I'll pause and evaluate whether that's kind of worth the time and investment. Especially, I think, as we go through this evaluative cycle, as we make it through these goals and the work emerges for next year where I'm at. So I don't know. It's a good question. It's been clunky to get started. And I'm not convinced yet on the coaching value add, but have really found the conversations and work with Tom thus far to be really insightful and helpful. He was a CFO for Academy 20 before he was a superintendent. So that depth of knowledge on school finance is deep, and that's been helpful.
So if you feel like you're getting to a point where it's not a value add for yourself, will you come to us? Will you let us know that so we can see how we can support you in finding that match for yourself?
For sure. I will. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Time is a lot of high value. And so I do have high expectations for the work and don't want to waste my time or Tom's time.
Okay. Thank you.
Director After?
Thanks for this. Can you just explain, I wasn't clear on why you're working toward the principal licensure?
To get the administrative license in the state of Colorado, you've got to stack it on top of a principal
Okay.
licensure. I have
Got it.
neither, so need to do both of them.
Okay. And then I'm curious if you think these are still the right goals for you to be working on at this moment in time, which isn't a suggestion that you pivot by any means, but because they're agreed upon, but what's your reflection on if these are the right things to be focusing on at this moment in time?
The last 5-6 months have been very focused on finance for good reason. And yet we need to make sure that we're still moving, and we have a really, I think, high value strategic plan as a district that needs to move, and we need to make progress. There is incredible work being done every day in our schools that has nothing to do with finance. We need to address our financial issues, build better systems, and I believe that we really need to get back, and I want to get back to be working and focusing on the goals that we've set forth in the strategic plan, that I believe that this board has tasked me with in the position. And so I think that we didn't have to talk about these goals in this forum. I think this is a really important accountability space. And I think one of the many complications with the finance challenges is the airtime that it's taking up for this board, for our school leaders, for our staff, in trying to fix it. We have to fix it. We have to solve these problems. And so I think that I appreciated the accountability required or process of putting these goals together and tightening up that alignment, and to see that the goals are well aligned to feedback from the 360, to feedback from last year's board evaluation and community feedback, to see that there's tight alignment to the strategic plan, feels like this is the right work. Yes, it's absolutely been clunky and delayed in getting it going, but it feels important to me that we still need to move this district in a different direction. And I want us to stay disciplined and work with fidelity to the goals set out in the strategic plan. And so I do feel like these are the right goals. And I do feel like I want to still be accountable to them.
Thanks, Anna.
You actually just answered a lot of what I was gonna ask about in response to Director After's question. So I just wanted to just say how much I appreciate your willingness to engage in this process openly and in a public forum, your willingness to jump in and identify goals, because that is a new piece this year of the superintendent evaluation process that we've been building out over the last 3 years. And the fidelity with which you have aligned your work to these goals, updated them, kept in contact with me about them and the board about them. It's just very much appreciated. And I think I wanted to publicly state that for the community, because as a board, this is one of our primary tasks is evaluating the superintendent and having you on board while we get there to a place that the board feels good about and you and staff and hopefully community feels good about is important. And I'm saying that I don't mean that we're there yet. So I expect that we'll circle back after this evaluation process and figure out what worked and what didn't. But just thank you for this and thank you for your willingness to put this out there in a superintendent report. Thanks. Anybody else have anything on superintendent?
Sorry, I just wanted to follow up on the data dashboard conversation that we were having. So what is the timeline for that?
I think we're shooting for 4 to 6 weeks to have that ready to launch. And we're going to try to time that with the mid-year strategic plan update. It's nearly built. I mean, we can see mock-ups of it, but there's a couple final pieces that we're trying to pull together, and then it'll go live on the website. There's an internal version of it and an external version. So in the next couple of weeks, we'd hope to have it done before the new year. And it's just taking longer. It's just more complex than I think we had anticipated.
Do you know how much money we allocated for that dashboard?
I don't know offhand. Do you know? 45 to 60,000. I can think we can
I'm
follow.
pretty sure when we initially, it was 60. I'm almost certain, like way back when. So wasn't this initially part of the LIP?
I don't know if it was part of the LIP, but I do know it was part of the strategic plan initiatives, that this was a component of, and I actually think it's in the 24-25 budget under the like strategic initiative investments. But I can double check on the final cost and get that back to you.
Okay, that'd be great. If you could also, you know, I think it's important for us as much as possible to have like timelines, just to know, did we get here? Did we meet the mark? So, you know, I know 4 to 6 weeks is rough, but it'd be great to know if you guys can come up with the date that you guys are aiming for.
Yep.
Thank you.
I just wanted to piggyback off what Director Tytler was saying about coaching, recognizing as you did that your time is really valuable. Just to reiterate, if it's not working, let us know how we can help and find you someone to help walk beside you and offer insight that you might not be getting from other places, support, maybe even how they solved a problem that you don't have to figure out on your own, all those things that mentorship can do. But when you're in it and everything's moving so fast, it's so hard to find on your own, and we recognize that. So please reach out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. At this time, we welcome members of the public who have signed up to address the board. There are 3 speakers signed up tonight. The board allots 45 minutes for public comment. To respect the time of all who are present, speakers are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes or less. Reminder to all speakers to uphold our procedures for public comment. We ask you to be thoughtful and constructive with your comments, and thank you in advance for sharing your feedback. Members of the public who wish to share their views with the board may always do so in writing at any time. For this evening's public comment, we received 0 written comments. Our first speaker tonight is Caitlin Causey.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much for all that you do for our community, and thanks for having me tonight. My name is Caitlin Causey, and I live in Glenwood, and I have 2 Glenwood Springs Elementary School Grizzlies. My son's in kindergarten and my daughter's in 2nd grade. And I think like so many of us, especially parents, we've really been tuning into the national and regional conversation around phones in schools. And there's some popular books that have come out recently, like The Anxious Generation, of course, I'm sure you've all heard about, probably read. And just a lot of conversation around this. And so actually last fall, I decided to get together with some parents in Glenwood and kind of had like a little focus group, and we read this book. And we were all really kind of inspired to take some action. And so I actually am just presenting a petition that I started to the board tonight called Phone Free RFSD. And we have about 400 signatures right now. And these are, of course, just plain Jane parents like myself, but also educators, teachers in the district, physicians, mental health professionals, people, grandparents, people who are invested in seeing something like this kind of be established at a district level, for some kind of policy that we can work together to develop and implement, that we can rely on for years to come, decades to come, as personal technology will surely change and evolve over the years. So if I have time, I was just going to read the petition, if that's okay. And then I don't know if I'm allowed to like give it to you, or if I can send you a link, or okay. As the national and regional conversation around smartphones in schools continues to grow, we feel that the Roaring Fork School District should adopt an official phone-free policy for the long-term betterment of our students' K-12 educations and well-being. Current research has revealed that students benefit immensely from the sustained absence of smartphones throughout the entire duration of the school day. Studies show that without the constant mental pull of their smartphones, students' ability to focus is dramatically improved. Between classes and at lunch, students in phone-free schools are also better equipped to develop critical social skills without phones vying for their attention. Our students in the Roaring Fork School District deserve the very best learning conditions that we as a community can offer, and this means giving them the chance to go phone-free during their school days as soon as possible. Roaring Fork School District would not be the first in Colorado or the nation to adopt a phone-free policy. We encourage the community and the school board to review I'm sure you have the Aspen High School phone policy, Colorado Springs D11 phone policy, and policy trends in some of Colorado's largest districts. Sure.
You can wrap up.
Okay.
Yeah.
We recognize that thoughtful attention to the way in which a district level policy is enacted may take a great deal of discussion among district stakeholders. Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser's recent announcement about grants of up to $50,000 for school districts that help students reduce phone use during the school day incentivizes a phone-free policy adoption further. We call on our school community and board to take necessary steps toward phone-free education now to protect our students' learning experiences for generations to come. This was also presented in Spanish as well. So, and again, I don't want this to seem like a criticism or critique of anything that schools are doing or the district is doing. I think really I see it as like 400 votes of confidence that we can really come together to bring about this type of change for our students and our teachers who are tired with having to deal with phones as well. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Our next speaker is Jill Pidcock.
Hello. Those of you who know me will be very happy to know that I've written this down. Otherwise, I'll go rogue on you. So I'd like to say good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Jill Pidcock. I am first and foremost a mother of two not children anymore, young men who actually graduated out of Glenwood Springs High School, and they're in college and doing great. So that's my first responsibility. But I'm actually here tonight as the executive director for the Arc of the Central Mountains. The Arc of the Central Mountains is an organization that supports people with intellectual and developmental disabilities throughout their lifetime. Much of our advocacy work is involved with school-age children, special education, things like that. In reviewing your proposed policy JKBA, which is disciplinary removal from classroom, which you will all be discussing later, we have found an item that we would like to have you continue or ask you to continue to review as you are looking at these policies. Again, as part of our work, we advocate for the rights of students with disabilities in the educational settings. 504 plans protect these rights through the Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA, as do individualized education plans, which is an IEP, which most of you know, under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. The arc of the Central Mountains serves 4 counties, 6 school districts in total. We are seeing a disturbing trend toward removal from classrooms and abbreviated school days based on a number of factors, but most often it is related to behaviors of students with disabilities. The Roaring Fork School District also falls into this trend. You're not alone, but this district certainly is falling into that as well. Again, later in this meeting, you'll be discussing the disciplinary removal from classroom. In reading some of the markup comments, I'm happy to see the inclusion of language which protects the rights of students with disabilities, specifically being supported by an IEP. Again, you will be reviewing that language, but we want to express the importance of the following things. When students with disabilities exhibit ongoing behaviors, a functional behavioral assessment should be performed. From the assessment findings, a behavioral intervention plan is created. It resembles the behavior matrix referenced and implemented by the district. This enables the IEP team, including the individual and their family, parents, to determine proactive strategies to identify antecedents or triggers which could lead to a more escalated behavior, and gives the school team the tools needed to de-escalate the student. The BIP, or the Behavioral Intervention Plan, gradually increases the remedies and may include removal from the classroom. I bring this to your attention because if students with disabilities already have a behavioral intervention plan, then they are already part of an individualized behavior discipline matrix of their own. If this sounds familiar, it is because this policy already exists in JK*2, Discipline of Students with Disabilities and Regulations. My ask is this: please add language to the proposed policy JKBA, disciplinary removal from classroom, which specifically refers to the existing policy JK2. Additionally, add JK2 as a cross-reference at the end of the policy, which you will see in all of your policies listed. You may think it's redundant, but this is really important because it gets lost if there is a disciplinary issue. Not everybody understands that a student has a disability or is on IEP. So that's why we bring it to your attention, and we thank you first and foremost for the language that's being provided. But drive it home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Katia Gonzalez.
Good evening, members of the board, and Happy New Year to everyone. My name is Katia Gonzalez, and I am the parent organizer for Voces Unidas de las Montañas. With the new year upon us, our demands remain the same. We demand that the district develops 3 plans with representative input from Latino parents, a plan to eliminate the academic gap present in our schools, a plan to transform and increase parental engagement, and a plan for the district to recruit, hire, and retain teachers that reflect the student population. It is unacceptable that in the year 2025, there is such a disparity between the level of quality education our Latino students receive. We must do better. We must commit to doing better. The commitment from the Roaring Fork School District to develop these plans should be highlighted through a public-facing communication targeted to reach our Spanish-speaking parents and families. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next business in order is the approval of the consent agenda, which includes routine personnel, minutes from our previous board meeting, policies JFABE, JICB, and JKBA, regulation JFBE-R, and exhibit JLCD-E. Directors, are there any items that you would like to pull off of the consent agenda for a separate discussion and vote?
I would like to please pull off JICB for discussion.
Anything else?
Yeah, I'd like to pull JKBA for separate discussion.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve routine personnel minutes from our previous board meetings, policies JFABE, regulations JFABE-R and exhibit JLCD-E? Which are the remaining items?
I make a motion to approve routine personnel meeting minutes and policies JLCDE, JFABE, and JFABER.
And exhibit JLC.
And exhibit. Oh, I thought I said that. Exhibit JLCDE.
Is there a second?
I
second.
Can you please call the vote?
Director After.
Aye.
Please.
Aye.
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 Tyler.
Motion passes. The next business in order will be a discussion on JICB graduation regalia. We'll start with you, Director Tyler.
I would like to just continue our conversation. When last we talked, there was questions about the line of what cultural does not include. And in the clean markup, the words that were added to it, including hate speech, political affiliation, and extreme disruption, was pulled from the final clean markup. And I thought we had last left it as a discussion, and I asked if it came through policy committee, and it was not talked about from what I'm hearing in policy committee. So I'm curious as to why those parts of the policy were taken out and where that discussion came from and how that came about.
Great questions. You're correct. That didn't go back through policy committee this past week. I would say where we landed was there was a couple of actions. Yep. A couple of actions where we landed. One, we were waiting on a consult and didn't hear anything back from the BOSIS team, who had been instrumental in helping push the state statute. So there was no follow-up there. We did, and actually maybe Stacey, you can speak to that. I would say that the high level, I would say that where we landed high level was the staff recommendation was there seems to be a lack of agreement from this board on that. And so what we wanted to do was provide you with a final staff recommendation where our inclination, because there wasn't agreement and clear direction from the board, was to really rely on the state statute language. And so what you see there presented as the kind of the staff recommendation without that consensus is pretty much word for word the state statute. And our take was this policy pretty much stamps our current practice. This will not transform radically anything that we do differently at graduations. Our district has had practices that are very much so in line with the intent of this policy. And so where we landed was feeling that because there was going to be no significant change in action with the way our schools operate in terms of graduation, with the newness of this and the lack of clear consensus from the board, that we ought to just rely on the state statute language. Super open to push back on that. But yeah, I think it's going to take more board discussion to get consensus on the language you would like differently.
I guess I hear where you're coming from, and that makes some sense to me. I understand that there's not always going to be clear consensus from the board, but I think that's why we have an odd number of people also sitting on the board. And when we can't come to a 5-0 opinion or agreement, it's where we are as a majority. And so I would have thought that would have been the route that we would go in this case, but maybe other people feel otherwise about that.
Director After. Comments.
I like the changes, so I don't really have any other comments.
Director Ramirez.
So I agree with Director Tyler. I think that especially because board policies are boards, we should be able to have these conversations during either a meeting or policy committee and be able to come to a consensus as a team. I appreciate though that you guys wanted to, for expediency's sake, wanted to provide us with a version that you felt that the entire board would agree to, and I feel like we do, but I also feel like this was a decision that we had to make as a board to make sure that we wanted this version. I will say that I did speak with Representative Velasco, who was the bill sponsor, and she did mention that given the current times, political climate, like she felt that it aligned to adding hate speech, political affiliation, and extreme disruption aligned with what their intention was with the creation of the bill in general. And so, I feel like unfortunately at policy committee, we weren't able to go through this bill, but I do think that just given where our country is in this moment, and I don't know what it will look like a year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now. I think that it serves the school district to, as clearly as possible, make sure that we set parameters for our expectations, especially when it comes to what we want to give leadership at the schools, like clarity on like this we agree with, this we don't, this falls under this, and I think the risk is just too high for us not to include it. So I would be fine adding these back in. Again, I don't disagree with the language that exists right now. I think that that's what the bill states. But I also think it doesn't hurt us to be proactive. That's where I stand. Director DeFreitas?
Thanks. I appreciate the observation on process that the larger change was put on a consent agenda. Thanks for identifying that to bring it to a final discussion because it's ultimately the board decision. I do agree with staff here on leaning on the statute language. I believe at the state level, it's adequate and clear. Like you said, it doesn't significantly adjust how we currently operate. And I think that seeing as we are also faced with a lot of other big issues, I think in my mind, I have a strong recommendation to take this new staff clean version and move forward, knowing that if this year's graduation season brings unique opportunities to address it again, we can revisit it. This is not locked in stone forever, but I do think that this evening we need to be finished with the conversation. So at the end of conversation, we'll be moving to take this version.
Thanks. I'm with Director Taylor and Director Ramirez on this. I think that we should add in the additional language. I think that our goal with this policy is to take decisions such as these, which could be very difficult to make from the seat of a principal who is directly involved with families, like not out of their hands, but to take that blame off of them. So I'm just imagining a situation of a principal having a very uncomfortable conversation with a family about political affiliation or something that they're determining isn't appropriate for graduation. And I would rather them have something to lean on and to pass that blame onto the board than to have to take that on. I think the chance of it happening is greater than of it not happening at this moment in time. Any other comments from the board?
So I just want to clarify. So our team was not able to follow up with VOSAs.
BOSAs didn't have any feedback for us. They had reached out to some of their legislative folks who didn't have time to, so they didn't, we checked. They just didn't have they weren't able to issue a comment on it.
And there was nothing else from CASB?
And I believe guidance from council was to take statute language last time.
All right,
With-
statute language is always the minimum.
Is with the addition of that line and is not limited to excluding.
Sorry, what?
So if you look in the clean version, the comment from council was to. He said, what we could do is include, it excludes, but is not limited to excluding. Sorry, cultural does not include, then we added that line and is not limited to excluding objects related, et cetera, et cetera. And that left some flexibility to have that conversation. I hear what you're saying, Director Kuhlenberg, and do we want to have school leaders have that argument, or can they point to something direct there? But the suggestion from council was in order to have it be a little bit more open, it's to include that line. It's not limited to excluding this. And I think the question there was, how long do we want to, it's not from a standpoint of how long is this list, but there are likely other circumstances will come up. So I think the question is, in 6 months or in 8 months or in 12 months, we, I think just have to decide what else will we include in there, or will we leave it as it's not limited to excluding us? Yeah.
I guess I feel like when we talk about the terms that are here, that we are talking about things that we've included in other areas, like hate speech is something that we've defined very strongly in ADB as something that we stand for. Same with disruption in general, when we were talking about classroom behavior and all of that. And the fact that having this policy does open up for people to interpret in a way that hasn't been interpreted before, is like, oh, there can be some self-expression in ways. And I think with a political climate that is becoming more and more fraught in our society, I think that is something that I feel that we want to make sure that our graduation ceremonies stay away from. And so I think it is important for it to be there.
And again, I think my argument is just that protected qualities are covered well here, and politics is not one of those. And that to add the language there probably invites more focus on that issue. I do think that this adequately gives our school leaders clear direction on how to respond to parent concerns. Politics does not fall under cultural, the definition of cultural in this case. And so, again, I would stay with this version.
And I just want to challenge you on that. Like, where would Christian nationalism fall in? Does that not fall under creed, which is specifically listed as something that is cultural? So if you have someone that says they're a Christian nationalist and that's their creed, and so it's protected and they can wear regalia related to Christian nationalism, like.
But does that fall specifically under politics and therefore be excluded? I mean, political
Not under
is just
this.
as
I mean,
vague as the rest of them. I think just adding the word there provides controversy, though.
But I think it's not our job to, as board members, to like be afraid of the controversy our policies are going to create. I think it's our job to protect students. And so when I think of, you know, becoming a board member the first year, and now it becoming part of our duty as a board member to attend graduations and like going and seeing these kids, the one thing that I think of the most moving forward is like, I would hate for their special day to be like just trashed. Like, that is their day to celebrate free of their accomplishment. And any way I can as a board member, make sure that that is not a concern for them, the administrators, parents, families. I want to ensure that success of that special day. And like, that's why this bill and why this policy for us is so important, is because we wanted to make sure that kids were allowed to celebrate. And
Which
I
is
just
why I
don't
support
see-
it 100% for exactly the reasons you just identified.
And that's why I think when I think of parameters, I do feel like this, if like just thinking of all of these kids, like what are we, if it were to happen, and I know, and I hate to live in what ifs, but let's say graduation happens and we have some sort of political thing happening at a graduation, are we going to have an administrator be able to tell that student, you need to put that away?
Yes.
That is not.
By the verbiage in here currently, that's clear.
I have a question
Okay.
that might clarify things. I'm just trying to understand if the board is disagreeing that political affiliation, hate speech, extreme disruption falls under cultural or not. And in the old version, or the version at the top, we did add a line in blue that says, during Roaring Fork School graduation ceremony, students may not wear objects related to hate speech, political affiliation, or cause extreme disruption. And I wonder if as a sort of compromise, that line could be put in there. It is not referencing a category of culture, but it's just stating a clear
this is not allowed in a ceremony like this. And then actually leave the last paragraph as recommended in the clean version. Would that be acceptable?
I think that would be a good,
I don't think so, because, I mean, that would still. For me, that would mean we'd be banning political speech at graduation. Specifically calling out political speech at graduation, right? With your change.
To keep the blue in there.
Which blue?
I'm seeing it as blue.
So on the
On
markup,
the
there's the
markup,
blue
right.
section that was taken out of the clean version.
Yeah, you have the
Yep,
students
I see it.
may and students may not.
Yeah, my feeling is that we arbitrarily added political affiliation and to a concise and specific statute that works really well without it. And I don't want it, I'm not gonna vote for it if it says political affiliation is banned in any section.
I feel like everyone has their position and we just need to call a vote.
I agree.
I agree.
But what are we voting on? Are we
So
voting on?
that's, is there an intervening motion to amend the clean version of JICB to include that line, or is the intervening motion to add the 3 items to the list in the bottom paragraph? I personally would prefer adding the line.
Me too.
What, can I make a motion to vote on the clean version?
Sure.
The clean version as it is in,
I mean, you can
Like
make it, you
10
can make
minutes
a
ago.
motion to vote on the version right now.
that's not what I want to make a motion on.
The version that's presented as the clean version. That was what is presented. To make any alterations to the clean version, there would have to be a motion to amend it.
Okay, so I make a motion to vote on the clean version that does not have the blue text that I'm looking at in the clean
Approve
version.
JICB as presented.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I second.
Call the vote.
Aye.
Director DeFreitas, Director Coolman,
No,
Director Lewis, Director Adler.
No.
motion passed, or motion does not pass.
So I make a motion to amend policy JACB and to include the language during Roaring Fork School District graduation ceremonies. Students may not, 1, wear objects related to hate speech, political affiliation, or cause extreme disruption. And that means we would be taking out that inclusion on the last paragraph portion. The clean version.
To be clear, you would add a paragraph under during Roaring Fork School District graduation
Yes.
ceremony, students may. The paragraph would say during Roaring Fork School District graduation ceremonies, students may not.
Mhm.
Is there a second?
I second.
Please call the vote.
No.
DeFreitas,
No.
Director Coolman,
Aye,
Director Lewis,
Aye.
Director Tyler.
Aye.
motion passes.
Yeah, I know, the formatting's on.
The next business in order is a discussion and vote on policy JKBA, disciplinary removal from classrooms. Who pulled this one?
I did.
Would you like to start?
I think in light of the public comment on this policy, JKBA, I was hoping if appropriate, that staff could respond to that.
I did add a line right after the public comment that's referencing JK *2. I had the reference at the bottom of JKBA and JKBA -R, I think. And then, sorry, I was trying to write can you
Okay,
write that
let me
in the graduation?
catch up.
Okay. Sorry, give me a second. In JKBA -R, which I think most board directors are not in because I only see 2 people in there. In the second paragraph, starting with a student who engages, I added the line at the end of that paragraph. It says discipline of students with disabilities must align to the Board of Education policy JK*.
Sorry.
We're not approving JKBA-R. We're only approving JKBA.
Sorry, I also added I added the comment to add and reference JK *2 to the cross references at the bottom. And I haven't had an opportunity yet to,
Of JKBA.
yes.
Okay.
Director After, do you have any other questions or comments on this one?
Dr. Park, could you just walk us through the significance of the change?
I added the reference at the bottom where it says cross references,
Yeah, I know.
but I need to add, I have not had an opportunity to add a very similar line to what I just added in the regulation to the policy, but the line will say something very similar to discipline of students with disabilities must align to Board of Ed policy JK-2, a discipline of students with disabilities regulation.
Okay, is your sense that that satisfies the feedback from stakeholders?
From what I understood in the comment, yes.
Okay.
It is a standard practice. We do reference it, but I do think the push to explicitly name it in the policy is a good one. And so we can put that explicitly there.
Okay.
The description that she was saying in terms of the steps, I do think is adequately outlined in JK *2. And so I wouldn't rewrite everything she said into the JK policy, but I would explicitly put in a reference to that regulation.
Thank you for the quick work.
Director Ramirez.
I would just ask, Dr. Park, that we maybe hold it. Like I was thinking of some of the past policies where we have done that, like just to make sure that that is something that is like a statement piece. So I see it in JKB-R and I know you're gonna put it into JKBA.
I just did.
Oh, thank you. Yes, perfect. I just think that would be helpful. And then it is, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that it was also added to the bottom. Cause I don't see on,
Mine's not up. I don't see it in mine yet.
It's in the cross reference at the bottom
It's
also.
in the markup.
Oh, got it. Can we add it to the clean, just so we know exactly what we're voting on?
Sure. Jonathan, thank you for.
Yeah, can you do that? Oh,
Sorry, I have the markup, but yeah.
no.
Oh, you did. Okay, great.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Did you have this line? Okay.
sorry, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
So the only two,
Anna's on it. It's the policy. I can take that back out. You're confused about the policy versus regulation.
Okay. Dr. Ramirez, do you have anything else?
no, that was, I just wanted to make sure.
Dr. DeFreitas, do you have any?
I think as long as the markups adequately reflect what was identified by public comment tonight, I support it.
Director Tytler?
I'm good.
I just deleted some extra periods in the clean version. And yeah, I see the addition of the cross-reference. Okay, now I see the line above too.
To clarify, I believe Jonathan is correct that JKBA-R was already
approved.
was just approved, and so I can remove the line that I had added 5 minutes ago.
I did not list JKBA-R as approved because that's not listed in the briefing notes at the top.
Okay.
It's in review.
Oh,
Okay.
that's right, because, okay, so it is there in the regulation as well, in the reference at the bottom.
Okay.
Yes, Anna just did that.
Is there a motion to approve JKBA
Oh.
as amended?
So sorry, one more thing. So JKR, is that connected to this or not?
JKR is connected to JK. JKBA. Sorry, which
So 'cause
JK
I
not
see
asterisk?
JK-R and I see we're using JK-2. Are they're not the same thing? Okay.
No, they're
No, they're
different.
Okay, thank you.
JK
I
asterisk.
just wanted
yeah.
to make sure we didn't need to add that language there. Thank you. That's it. I make a motion to approve JK. Wait, is it both of them?
JKBA
JKBA
as amended?
as amended.
Is there a second?
I second.
Please call the vote.
Director After,
Aye.
Director DeFreitas,
Aye.
Director Kronenberg,
Aye.
Director Ramirez,
Aye.
Director Tyler.
Aye.
Motion passes. The next business in order is the fiscal year 24 financial audit presentation from Paul Backus to McMahon and Associates and Chief Chicoine.
Yes, I will.
Hi again. Thank you both for being here. Would you like? Would
Okay,
you like?
yeah, sorry. I wasn't sure if he was getting some stuff ready, so I was just kind of waiting for that for a moment, but so we've got here with us tonight, Paul Bacchus from McMahon and Associates, and he's going to present the audit and provide a very high level overview of that for you guys to answer questions and to discuss. I'm just more here just as a facilitator right now. It's really his show.
Yeah. So the public knows we received this presentation in work session, so it will probably be brief here and we can jump into questions.
I will do my best.
Thank you.
Brevity is not my strong suit, but my name is Paul Bacchus, CPA. Thank you for meeting with me in the work session and going into a little more detail. I really have two things to kind of cover. We did complete the audit. We had 5 CPAs out on site going through your books, and we went into a lot of detail about what that entails during the work session. The two things that I would cover are you have a financial statement audit in your packet, and it will soon be available on the district's website under the fiscal transparency, assuming you accept it. And for those of you that maybe are not used to looking at financial statement audits, I view a good financial statement audit as like a good novel that come to the conclusion that not everyone else does. There's really two things I'll point out in here. The financial statement audit is covered by an independent auditor's report. That's our report that the financial statements are accurate and can be relied upon by all the parties that use it. The one area that popped out on this year's financial statement audit is the general fund balance. And I'm looking at page C5. The general fund is the primary fund that the operations of the district fall under. And that district started the year with $27 million right here, 27,044. And last year, 10 million of that fund balance was used. So that drops you down to 16.8 million. I think you're all probably aware of this. That is still above your minimum fund balance policy, but you are getting close, very close to that balance by reducing that 10 million this year. We went through a number of reasons why, but really primarily it's health insurance and capital projects are the two main reasons for the district. So you'll have to watch that going forward in future budgets. Overall, the district's books and records were sufficient to provide the unmodified opinion on the financial statements, but we do have some recommendations that you have in your board packet, and so I'll just go through those. It's a separate board letter that has certain items that we have to communicate as independent auditors to you, the governing board. The first starts with qualitative aspects of accounting policies. That just means there's no accounting policies that change how your financial statements look from last year to this year. The second part is what estimates do you have in there? You'll see there's a list of 5 bullet points. Those estimates are all pretty standard for districts. We audit, 30 different BOCES and school districts and charter schools, and you'd see those in virtually everyone. So there's not really any area of concern there. Difficulties encountered in performing the audit. Your team uploaded 300 different documents that we went through and spent time on. Then we pulled another 100 documents in to help verify the financial statements. That part went well. Corrected and uncorrected misstatements, which is on page 2 of the letter, is referring to what journal entries were required in order to get an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. We did have to move a BOCES expense from fiscal year 25 to 24 because it needs to be charged in the fiscal year that the service was provided. So that's that actually reduced your general fund balance by about 800,000 from when we received the financial statements to the final audit. No disagreements with management. Your staff did sign a management representation letter, but we do have some recommendations that I would bring to you to consider. And I believe your finance team intends to respond in writing to these at some point. You have 2 areas where you have incompatible duties. So one of the areas that we look for is making sure that no one individual has access to a full transaction cycle, meaning they can process a transaction from start to finish. And you do have some incompatible duties on activity funds, which is fairly common for districts, but to the extent you can segregate those duties, the better it is for the district. And then accounts payable, you did have some turnover in your accounts payable clerk, but we'd like to segregate some of their duties so that they can't process a transaction all the way through. There was 2 duplicate payments that were noticed, one of which was caught by the district, and well, maybe both of them were. Do you know if the second one was?
Just one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the first one was caught by the district and solved prior to the audit. The second one was discovered by the audit, and I'm sure you guys are working on getting a credit for that, but Christy can cover that in the letter that she'll provide. The district does have, your software will highlight when a payment is double paid, but the field that it uses to check that is basically the invoice number. And so if the invoice isn't entered the exact same way every time, it won't catch those. So I'd recommend some training for the AP clerk on just making sure that invoice gets entered consistently the same way every time. If you have a dash or a dot or something like that, it throws it off. Budget, we had quite a lengthy discussion in the work session, but it's important that you, and I guess anybody that uses the audit, knows that the audit looks backwards. So we prepare financial statements. We're historians, so to speak. We don't look at the budget, and we don't look at prospective financial information, which is common for CPAs. We're actually really limited on certifying any prospective financial information. In looking at the general or at the budget for fiscal year 24, there were 4 funds that were over budget. The general fund, food service, and housing fund all exceeded budget. And the reason that we do look at that is because that's what you as a board of directors or a board of education authorized to spend. So we're not looking at the budget saying, are these numbers, do they look reasonable or correct or anything? We purely look at the total that you authorized to spend out of the fund and say, did they spend less than that? Those funds were over budget. It was also worth noting that the budget didn't include the housing fund in it. 2024 was first year of having, sorry, not housing fund, self-insurance fund. Self-insurance fund in it. And it's worth noting that was the first year that you had that. Board of Educations are required to receive quarterly financial reporting from management. And those reports are required to be uploaded under the fiscal transparency portion of your website. Last year you received 1 quarterly report, so you should try to get caught up on those, or at least put them out there. And moving forward, I think you as a Board of Education deserve to get quarterly financial reports. So make sure your staff is providing that. Financial results. our job isn't necessarily to discuss, financial results in either a positive or negative manner. It's to make sure that you have accurate information, that that the audit report is correct. And everyone can draw their own conclusion from that. But you do have a fund balance policy that requires you not to go below a certain amount, 10% in this case, plus the 3% required Tabor reserve. It's worth noting that $10 million reduction in fund balance did utilize 35% of your available fund balance. So you're gonna get closer to that minimum fund balance policy, and that's going to require you to spend some time looking at budgets and things like that to make drop below that. The Colorado Department of Education does look at every district in BOCES and charter school in the state, and they run certain financial ratios. So they take our audited financial statements, and then they'll look at how much money the districts have or BOCES have for fund balance. How much of the fund balance did you use? I'm fairly certain you'll trigger one of their ratio analysis, or maybe two, because of that $10 million drawdown on fund balance. So I would guess they'll be in communication on that. And then the last is human resources. We were missing, when we ran some testing, we were missing some W-4s and other employee documents that authorized deductions and things like that. None of the deductions appeared wrong. They all appeared reasonable and correct, but maybe their record retention or the paper retention was not quite what it should be. And when I say paper, I mean electronic also. And then it would be good if we had a reconciliation between employee benefit premiums to the financial statement software. We were able to reconcile that and kind of get where we needed to be, but that would be a process that we would like to make sure the district is doing. So I know you guys are aware of kind of the district's financial situation. I can tell you that you're not alone. Districts, misery loves company. Districts have really been struggling with the drop off of ESSER and things like that. And then you've had a fair amount of turnover in the finance team. So all that's kind of creating some financial challenges that you have, but at least heading into fiscal year 24, you had really good fund balances, and this year and next year I think are probably challenging years, but you'll just want to keep your eye on the finances. And I know it's nice when everything runs in the background, you can focus on student education, but it's not always the case. So this report goes to a bunch of different parties: SEC, Colorado State Auditor, Department of Education, federal government, insurance companies, things like that. And so normally there would be a motion to accept the financial or the audited financial statements, and then we pull draft off it and start filing it with all the parties that need it.
We don't currently have this as an action item. Is that something that needs to happen? No.
Yeah, you don't formally have to, but I'm gonna assume I can start filing this. Okay.
So we go around and each board member will have 2 minutes, to ask questions and provide comments. Director DeFreitas.
Sure. Well, thanks for being here and putting in so much time with us this evening. Patience and clarity in your explanations are appreciated, especially highlighting your role as an auditor. For me, it was helpful as the look back as the historian of what's been done over the past year, and the year that we're discussing ended June 30th of the summer. And so just keeping that in mind, I think a lot of our community is really concerned around the budget decisions. But it was helpful to kind of in our work session hash out that when we talk about the audit, we are not discussing the budget decisions that we have in front of us. So I guess kind of on that, my one question is, if you could clarify in your own words, what doesn't the audit tell us about the district's financial situation? Like if you're
Anything about the future, I mean, you have to keep in mind, you're dealing with June 30th, 2024 financial information here. And really last year, that fiscal year was a tough year financially, health insurance and I guess some capital and things like that. The problem is you're trying to project out, salaries, benefits, all those type of things, what you're going to spend. And that's a look forward projection. I'm not trying to equivocate. We just don't look at budgets, and CPAs can't do prospective financial information. So that's something that you have to kind of develop internally and develop a comfort level. And I'm sure there are places that maybe look at that like GFOA or ASBO, but the audit wouldn't do that.
So then as a board member, what are some components of like a high functioning financial system that we should be looking for going forward? I know we've made some changes that likely will be referenced here, but if you can just share with us, what do those components look like?
When I've sat on boards, I like to get written comments back from management on how they're going to address the financial statement comments that the auditor brings. I like the audits to be timely. So you did file an extension. The district did file an extension. Ideally, this would be done by November 30th. But sometimes things happen. So I think, timely audits, comments back from your finance team on any concerns developed in the audit, and then in the audit, actually looking at the ending fund balances and what changed in fund balances and how did that change in fund balance compare to what your expectations were that were developed in the budget.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Director Tyler?
Just to piggyback off that last comment, first of all, thank you for your time this evening. About the written comments identified in the audit, we just had a discussion also in our work session that next board meeting, we will have a written response to those from our district. So we are expecting that. Just, of course, that Chief Chicoine, but just for anybody who might be listening, that we have had that discussion and that is in the works. I also would like to just comment a couple of things. When you mentioned about capital and the $10 million, that was money, the vast majority was spent and planned for payment for Meadowwood. And so that wasn't something that was unexpected of that money having a different ending fund balance at the end of this year versus what we had expected. So that was an expected amount and had been planned for. Also would like to add that through this audit, Paul was looking for fraud in our district, and there was no cases of fraud found of any sense. Everything was on the up and ups, and anything that was having a hard time budget wise had to do with budget decisions that we made, including self-insurance. So that was not something that anybody needs to worry about from the audit, that there was any type of fraud within our system. And then my question is, and I don't know which of the two of you can answer this, and maybe it's more you, Chief Chicoine, that part about missing the BOCES expense that was put in the wrong fiscal year, other than switching where it comes from, does that cause any problems in our yearly budgets?
It's one of those issues that it's a cutoff issue. So it can affect the future year's budget. Let's say, for example, that 800,000 roughly would have not gotten caught by the auditors. That would have left us over budget this year in those accounts as we were paying for BOCES, and we would have had to discover that later. So what we're going to have to do as a team is really work on a plan to make sure all those cutoff issues are completed properly and there are double checks in our system of
of re-verifications amongst other staff members. So that we can make sure we especially catch those ones that are very large.
But that was not making our next fiscal year $800,000 short.
That's correct, because we actually moved that back. They made the journal entry. That's why he was saying we had to do a journal entry to correct that, but it was corrected. Thank you.
And lastly, I just want to appreciate the fact of mentioning that financial quarterlies are an important part of the process. And thank you for getting us our most recent financial quarterly that we'll be talking about.
Director After?
Thank you. Christy, maybe you could just walk us through a little bit of the timeline for responding to the audit letter.
Sure, thank you. Director After, what we're going to look to do is respond to that at the next board meeting on January 29th. We already have a Google Doc going that we're coordinating with the Human Resources Department and everybody that works on those particular pieces of work to make sure that their comments are getting in that. And then we're going to look at that as a team starting early next week. So that gets into the next board meeting.
Okay. Thanks. And then Paul, you mentioned in our work session that the note in the letter about the activity funds and how the segregation of duties around the activity fund is a common and also complex situation for us in particular, or maybe for all districts. Can you just speak to that briefly?
Yeah, activity funds are by nature fairly decentralized. So they're always a bit of a challenge. It's really an offset between kind of efficiency and great internal controls. And so to the extent you can split them up, the better. There is some recommendations that I'll talk with Christy about that you guys could consider. But ultimately, you don't want one person to have access to kind of the full transaction cycle. Now, the activity funds are not large in comparison to the district in total, but it's still important dollars.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Director Ramirez?
Thank you, Paul, by the way, just for, first of all, being here. I think this might be the first time that you guys are actually here in person. Am I wrong?
I know there's a lot of concerns over 25, 26 budgets, and you kind of tack on 24 results. And so it just seemed like it would make sense to do this in person versus over Zoom.
Yeah, well, I appreciate just to like meet you and to like have this relationship, just because you do something so important for us. I did have a follow-up question from our work session regarding training. So I just wanted to ask Christy if you could share what your guys' expectations are for getting onto the timeline for quarterly financials and also for training for staff.
Thank you. This is what we're looking to do. So we have, and this is going to be part of the response to the letter that we're going to discuss further the next board meeting. But what we've done is that we've created a very detailed list of all the deadlines and all of the reconciliations that need to be completed and by when and by who. So we're getting very specific so that people understand exactly what deadlines are. And then we're going beyond that to say, well, what are the roadblocks to getting these financial statements? And sometimes that relates to other departments getting us the information. And so then that also, those deadlines are also in there for those other departments. So I'm even working with with these second level managers to say, okay, this is what we're going to need to do in order to shore this up for the board. And I've got a great response, a lot of support district-wide for doing that, but it's just a matter that sometimes you got to get that deep. And as far as the training around that, there are some of our finance staff that really don't have the training for the reconciliations they should be completing. And so what that's resulted in is either the CFO is doing these reconciliations or the comptroller, and really that then makes us less available and efficient and effective in our positions. So we're trying to kind of move that around and jockey that around so that we can make sure that everybody is a part of these deadlines. And the other part of that is too, is there's a program called CellSense within the IV system, and which is our accounting software. And what that does is it automates the financial statements. And so what I did actually over break, over Christmas break, and that was created this big report that you're going to see, we're going to talk about here pretty soon. And so that it's now automated. Now that I've created that big system, now what I need to do is train the staff on how to do that system so that I can get the report. So I'm not the one running the report, so I can become more effective in my position in working with the board and in other areas in the budget. So that's basically what we're looking to do.
And what is the timeline for that training?
Oh, thank you. Well, it's tight on this team. We actually are looking at our first try at this being our second quarter financials for December 31st. What we're looking to do is that the deadline is January 31st, and then we're going to be reporting the second quarter financials on February, the first board meeting in February. We're going to try to use that as like that month and a half after quarter end as how we're going to report here forward. And so this is our first trial run. I'm just like, because I came back from break and I'm like, okay, we're all in. Here's what we're looking to do. So everybody's aware, and we've got some consultants that are helping with that training to shore the staff up, which I'm really excited about. I think it's a really great opportunity for the team to really build and grow together, and which is exciting as a new CFO to see. So I like the work.
Thank you. So just to be clear, it'll be happening basically within the next 2 months.
Yeah, within the next month,
Yeah.
a month from now, you'll be getting the second quarter financials.
Great. Thank you so much. I did have some questions on the duplicate payments. Christine, was the 8,000 expense for food supplies, did we receive a payment for that?
I'll have to follow up to see if I think we did, but that's just from memory, so I just have to double check.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll double check on that.
And then for the budget, the general fund, food service fund, grant fund, and housing fund expenditures exceeded. I would like for your guys' response letter, and I'm not sure, I don't believe you have that with you now. But I would love to know what we exceeded those by.
Oh, okay.
Because it doesn't say here. I'm not sure what they were for, but I feel like that's important for us to know.
Sure.
And I did want to ask, so is our there was a section here on the Board of Education reporting and the quarterlies. Is our current quarterly statement up on our website?
The first quarter financials
Yeah.
were going to be, I did send that to Christina. I didn't check if she had posted it yet, but I know it's on the docket to do if it isn't completed as of now.
Okay, so it would be helpful just, I mean, I think those are some really quick fixes for us to be able to do.
Yeah.
And, like I echo my colleagues, on the sentiment, not just the thanks to our team, and to our auditor to give us the time and like engaging this much, thank you, Paul, for being willing to take our phone calls. I think we, as a team, have collectively dug in to figure out how we can be better prepared moving forward and what we need to do as board members to prepare future boards. And, as has been echoed already, the quarterly financials is obviously something that we as a board are committed to making sure is part of process. The response letter is something that I think collectively we as a district are committed to making sure happens. And then obviously our process as a board, whether it's through our positions or even our policies or handbooks, just making sure that we're in line and that we're doing best practices is really important for us. And we just appreciate your time to explain to us too that you're really on the back end, making sure we're doing things correct and that we need to be more proactive with our team to make sure everything is good moving forward. So thank you.
Yeah, I think the finance committee is a good move too.
Oh, yes, on the finance committee. Thank you.
Started with you. So to echo the thanks for being here, for going through all of this in depth with us. for helping both of you to get us back on track. Chief Chicoine, very grateful for your leadership and everything that you are putting into this role and this team. I don't have any further questions beyond what we went over in work session, so we'll have 5 minutes if anybody has anything else. And then we'll move into quarterly financials after this. Anything else on the audit?
Thank you. Then we're gonna start getting this filed with all the parties that need it. And if any other questions come up, don't hesitate to reach out.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Sorry, can I ask a quick question? Does that mean we will make a motion and take action on the audit when we have the response letter written?
We don't have
You
to.
don't
Oh,
have to.
okay.
We always have historically. That's why I asked again. I'm not 100% on that. Trusting.
Do you want this after I'm done with them?
The next business in order is the CFO update from,
good.
oh, sorry, I skipped over. The next business in order is a Q1 24-25 financial presentation from Chief Chicoine.
One moment, we're pulling it up. What's that? Is this one the staff memo is the first?
No, this is
Mm-mm,
the
on that
quarterly
one.
financial.
Sorry. Quarterly financials. Yeah, thank you, sorry. Oh, the first one. Oh, just do the quarterly financials is fine. Yeah. Thank you, guys. I can start talking about it a little bit. I'm really excited about these quarterly financial statements. I get excited about this is like we were going to do a round robin with the health insurance committee, and they were asking, well, what's your positive? What's your bright spot? I'm like, I get to, present quarterly financial statements. I'm so excited. And people were just like, whatever. But I mean, really, that's what this is really cool. I'm really excited. It's a new format. I've done a lot of work around it to make sure that, number one, that it tells the information that you guys need. Number two, it does that efficiently so that it is relevant information and it's not going to be paralysis by analysis, looking at really this small minutia, but instead it's really establishing where our financial, fiscal health is as a whole. And that's what I'm trying to do is create that picture. And I'm trying to highlight the points that are not going well too, and the points that are going well. Some of the celebrations. I love celebrations, but we also have to talk about the things that are challenges, right? And I think that this is a very balanced financial statement and looking at both those challenges and some of the bright spots, because now we are starting to see some of those bright spots come to pass as well. And we could talk a little bit about both. So that's the exciting part about this. And also that it's automated. I'm like really excited about that too. So we're not having to input all this information into the future. And I'm really hopeful for the staff that this will provide a good just benchmark of a direction for those future financial statements for from what Director Ramirez was saying. That's really the hope is this is establishing where we're going to go from here. So I did put in the memo the first bright spot, and I'm not going to put the memo up on here. That's fine. We'll just talk through that a little bit. The memo was talking a lot about Meadowood savings. That project, I just want to congratulate everybody that was a part of that project. That project came in $3 million under budget. $1.5 million of that was already earmarked in 23-24 as part of our audit, and then another 1.5 here in the first quarter for 24-25. So that was a really great thing. That real super positive bright spot. The other part of this that are going to be a little bit more challenging is that we've seen a couple holes in our budget for 24-25. I know we've already discussed a little bit and completed a supplemental budget regarding some of these holes, but what
this is going to start to go through is some of the other things that we're having challenges with in a little bit more detail than you've seen it before. Okay. So if you go to the second page. Yeah, thank you. And we're going to talk through the revenue discussion first. There's a couple things that I have to really be careful about because we're talking about number one part of the financial issue is the self-insurance fund and how we're going to meet those obligations. And then the other part is some of the other fiscal situations we have with all the rest of our financial information. So I try to separate that as much as I can in the next couple of pages. But when we're looking at the revenue, some of the overage we've seen compared to budget is in the mill levy override. As I noted to the board earlier, there was an error in the way it was calculated that is resulting in an $830,000 deficit. On the positive, we found some abatement mill funding that we were able to mill for the abatement for the bond fund and for also our mill levy override to make sure to get those taxes back. So that helped to offset some of that reduction. Equalization, we've been talking a lot about the reduction in student count. We actually estimated growth of students. I think it was around 35 kids, and we had a decline. And so that actually reduced the amount of funding by $721,000. It was for 77 student reduction. We are planning to see some at-risk numbers come in a little bit to the red, but it's not in the hundreds of thousands. So I did not incorporate it in this report. I just received some information from the state. So I'll be able to get that to you in the second quarter financial report on what that's going to look like. We've already talked about Meadowwood savings. We are utilizing the remainder of the secure rural schools funds from the prior year, $500,000 to help with the self-insurance issue. And what that's going to do is it's going to help to pay for the monies to keep the rates the same for employees through the remainder of the year, given all the changes in that insurance plan. That's how we're shoring that up and trying to make that or actually complete that. Financially, we had an ALPA increase there, E-rate benefit. Interest earnings are on the downfall because as your cash declines, as you use fund balance, it's just going to be that way for the next couple of years, I can tell you. And then we've got mineral lease revenue came in a little bit low. So the total known revenue variance is $780,000. 2.4 million of that is going to be used to offset health insurance. So there's $1.6 million that is just related to our other operations. So if we go into expenditures, okay. Now we're going to go into okay. We're going to go into a lot more detail on expenditures at the next board meeting. We have a lot of information around some of the overages we've seen on expenditures. And we're going to complete another supplemental budget or request that from the board at the next meeting. But for right now, there's just three items. We've got the 3.3 million for the health insurance overages for this year anticipated. We've got the net overages after the 24-25 budget cuts. We've been talking about that being over $2.5 million, and we've moved it down to 813,000. We've been pretty successful with, thanks to the executive leadership team and other leadership within the district in moving that down from a pretty high point at the start of the year. We have some attrition savings. We're estimating at 750, which will help offset some of that. So the over budgeted, not yet appropriated, is 3.4 million roughly. We already have the supplemental budget of 500,497 that the board had approved. So we're at 3.86 million in expense variance estimated. So what I like to do, this is a part of the report moving forward, is to make sure you guys know what that means for your fund balance. Okay, where is that going to put us as far as our minimum fund balance? And when you look at the budgeted reduction of fund balance, it was 2,190,000. We now have a projected reduction of fund balance of 5,271,000. So that difference is another $3 million in the hole. Okay, so that means that taking the 16.2 million in fund balance that Paul had just reported on, subtracting out that 5.271 million, and you're below your minimum fund balance if nothing else was to change at this point in time. Okay. The estimated minimum fund balance is 12.1, and that would put you at 11. So we've got a little bit of room, but not a lot. And this doesn't allow for any error. And we still have a lot of budgets to look through. We think we've captured all the big picture issues, but I can't promise that there isn't going to be something else out there. So, when you go into the next page, what I'm going to start to do is break that down. Is what does all that mean? So we've got a couple of issues. Is the first in this, I don't know, light orange color, is how to pay for the overages for 24-25. There's the health insurance issue for 900,000 is going to be a deficit that we know that we're going to utilize fund balance for. That was part of that solution. Then the reduction due to one-time costs is 2,190,000. That was in the original budget. We're not trying to solve for that. Okay, that's why I'm taking that one away. The one we still have to look at resolving right now is the $2.2 million. We're looking to resolve that as part of the report and supplemental budget that's going to go to the board January 29th. And that's going to be very detailed to your request. And I think it's a great request. We want to give you all that detail. We want you guys to delve into it. But we're going to have that solved for shortly. Just to remind everybody, we've reported on this quite a bit on how we're looking at paying for that self-insurance loss, but that's what that looks like right now. I have it separated out in the notes and whether it's hit in 24, fiscal year 24 or fiscal year 25, because now it matters because it gets really confusing when it's part of 2 fiscal years. So that's what I try to do is try to separate it out for you guys so you guys could tie the numbers out and see where things are actually coming from. Okay. If you go down further, the operating cash balances, now we're part of the state loan program. I think it's important for the board to understand how much we've borrowed. And now these reports are in arrears. We're a bit late in getting this one to you, but we're going to be more timely moving forward. But right as of this point, the available state loan is 15 million, and we hadn't borrowed anything as of end of September. Okay, as we spend down that fund balance and that cash is permanently spent, we're going to see that in the following year we're going to be taking state loan monies out earlier. So we just have to really be thoughtful about that and the use of fund balance as well into the future. Okay. So I'm going to stop and take any, do you want me to go through the whole thing or do you want me to take questions on the general fund specific?
I think, are we ready to move into board questions or would you guys like to get into the?
I'm ready for questions, but.
Okay. Director Tyler, we're beginning with you this round, so.
I know I'll probably have more than 2 minutes worth of questions, but so if I can have some extra time or if I can come back around again. I guess my first question, well, first of all, thank you, Chief Chacoin. My first question I have is you said that we were able to get the original estimate of $2.5 million that we were owing and down to $813,000. Can you say how we reduced $1.7 million?
We can do that. We're going to have that detail. I think it's going to be a lot easier to go through when we provide that detail to you.
Okay, that's what you were saying that we'll see in the supplemental budget.
Correct. Yep.
Can you just give were there any big items? Or never mind, I'm happy waiting on that.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Either way.
I still am a little confused on the first page that has the first page of our revenue. And it comes at known variance after health insurance offset, that $1.6 million is what we still then have as income at that point.
Those are overages. That means that we're under our revenue estimate by $1.6 million under budget. That means it's not a good thing.
So we're minus $1.6 million in that sense.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And we've got to make sure we keep aside that self-insurance piece just to make sure that we're not double counting it somewhere.
Okay. And then my big questions I came on just your quarterly budget there. And I'm curious in instruction, which I guess is on page 5. It says that for purchased services and instruction, we went from last year $1.9 million to this year $3.2 million. Why did we go up $1.3 million in purchase services?
That is a great question. I don't have the answer to that right now. Why those purchase services had increased. The only thing I could say is that what it might have to do with, and this is thinking, is that the change in moving some of those the monies that we used to pay through ESSER into the general fund for things like special ed, which were contracted services. I know that was one thing in there, but I can't account for that full.
Can you bring that back on the next meeting also?
Absolutely.
What about the one that's the next line below about why salaries for support services, student support services increased by $800,000 from 2.6 to 3.4 million?
I'm sorry, where is that?
That's just right below instructions on the next header of student support services.
Oh, students.
Salaries increased from 2.6 million to $3.4 million in this budget.
Okay. Okay.
So you'll get back, you're saying you'll get back again.
Yes, I mean, I'd have to.
And then again, the next one on that is instructional support salaries. We like doubled our instructional support from the previous year to this year. I was thinking that could have been the learning acceleration plan, but I thought that was the year prior to that. So I'm curious why that doubled.
Okay.
And then my other question is on page 7.
Which page? Sorry.
Page 7.
7.
The summary of significant items follows. And it said the early childhood fund, there's approximately $300,000 in expenses that need to be recoded into this fund from the general fund. What happened there and what is that?
This is part of the problem we're still trying to solve for, is that our chart of accounts, we really haven't had a good system. I don't know.
What accounts? I'm sorry, I missed that. Our chart
of accounts. Yeah. Chart of accounts is your accounting system, like how you're coding things and like the controls around how people are able to put money into and charge money to a specific account. We have not not deleted accounts, but inactivated accounts when we've moved them to a new fund. And so what's happened is that some of the other processes are moving, what these people are requesting staffing and stuff, they put them in old accounts again. And that's been a recurring problem that I've seen that has happened at this district over time that we're going to have to work on solving for. And that's why I noted it in there, because I think it's important to understand that there's still a lot of work to do in cleaning up our chart of accounts. So, and that includes just making sure that we're inactivating accounts as soon as we make these movements. And that's one thing the budget analyst position is going to help with.
So is this $300,000 then going to be taken out of it? Like this is another deficit to the general fund?
No, I would say that this actually just needs to be transferred to the ECE fund. And so actually it's a little bit of a betterment to the general fund. It's not not a material one as far as a percentage basis, but that's the way it would move. It would move to our early childhood because that's what it should be coded to.
I guess maybe you can explain that more so I can understand, because
Their expenses.
right, but I'm not understanding if we're taking $300,000 out of the general fund, how we don't have $300,000 less in the general fund.
Because they're expenses that came out of the general fund and they should have come out of the early childhood fund. So it'll be a $300,000 gain for the general fund. Out of the early childhood fund.
Yeah, those expenses were charged incorrectly to the general fund. They should have been our early childhood fund. So when we move those expenses into the early childhood fund, then that will show higher expenses in our early childhood fund. And then it will reduce our expenses in our general fund. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Director After.
Thank you. Can you I don't know if you remember the details exactly, but in Finance Committee, we talked about the process for the supplemental budget going forward, and I thought it'd be useful for folks here to hear about that. So in my recollection, and Anna might remember or have this written down too, our next board meeting is on the 29th of this month. You're gonna, the packet we get for that meeting on the Friday before will have the supplemental budget, and it will have some useful characterization of the changes that are being suggested. And then we'll meet on the 29th. And we might need to meet again later that week in order to pass the supplemental budget, because we speculate that we might want extra time to discuss possible changes.
Right, we're planning tentatively to dedicate the work session to make sure folks are clear on it. But yes, we're aware that deadline for the supplemental budget of January 31st. We're right up against that.
Right.
And want to make sure that there's time baked in for that supplemental budget. So that y'all have time to look at those reallocations, in that proposal of how we're going to address that deficit.
Okay, so that's right. So our current thinking is we'll do that in a work session. And then we'll have questions answered and presumably pass the supplemental budget the night of the 29th, because we have to by the 31st.
Right. And if it feels like during that work session that we're just not going to be able to take action on it, there's more information needed or,
Yep.
details that we can't provide that evening, then we can talk at work session about scheduling additional time for a vote within the next, 2 days.
Okay. Okay, thanks. I didn't have any extra questions in addition to the Finance Committee meeting and the work session today and this presentation.
Director Ramirez?
Thanks. Director, Chacmaine, I'm sorry. What was there was a line item here that I had asked you to highlight. Do you remember during finance?
Thank you. What was it again? Oh, shoot. And I wrote it down too. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I
I'm
was
trying to
going
think
through
what
it
it was.
trying to also remember.
There's something in there.
There was an explanation you gave to us regarding. Betsy, do you remember?
I'm looking at the notes from Finance Committee.
Oh, I'm not remembering it now.
Was it the debt, interest and fee payments?
That's where I was thinking, was it interest earnings or was it?
I mean, it's a big number,
Yeah,
big change.
yeah. The
Expenditures, debt, interest and fee payments.
the interest and fee payments, was that on? Like, which page was that you were thinking? It was on the,
Sorry, there's no numbers.
sorry about that. I know, me too.
Let's see.
Which fund?
It says bond redemption fund.
Oh, bond redemption fund. I'm trying to think. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank with it. Because there's nothing really in our bond redemption fund that is concerning to us, because we haven't even really paid our first payment or anything. Was it around that abatement number?
I wish I remembered. I just know it's a big
I know,
number.
shoot. Well, if you think about it, and I'll go back to my notes and I'll scour my notes and see if we can incorporate that in the next meeting. Okay, thank you.
So one of the things I did have a question is, as I was going through here, I did notice that there were big differences on some of our accounts compared to the 23-24. I'm assuming that that's probably because that's what we're using to fill gaps, but I feel like if it's not, then I would love to know at our next board meeting. One example is the rural sustainability funds. It's marked out at 0. Last year was $1 million. Which I know is one of the things that we just mentioned, but I think that, if it's a big enough change, it should be mentioned at our upcoming meeting, especially since there's so many numbers to go through.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, were you gonna say something, Katie?
No.
And then there there were a couple things like purchase services and supplies, materials and capital outlay that were different, and the amounts, like instructional support went from 196 to
Just gonna
354.
note that you're comparing Q1 to fiscal year 23-24, so there are gonna be major differences when we're comparing one quarter to a full year.
Right.
Just like,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
so it's
My
not
brain
gonna
is catching up.
be, yeah, I mean, it's just not gonna be apples to apples.
It's,
when you're
yeah, I mean.
Quarter to a year.
And I think that this is really great because I think what we're trying to do is like ask questions around our budget, right? Because we got to really understand our budget more thoroughly moving forward, right? And then also we're asking questions about those differences around our budget. And I think that what I would look at, looking at budget versus actual is there anything coming in on expenditures above that 25%? That would be one thing I'd look at. I would definitely look at, comparisons. Sometimes if you're looking apples to apples and seeing if there's something, a lot of times you'll see a payment that comes in one quarter versus another quarter that can make some difference. I mean, because you want to stay out of the weeds a little bit on those timing differences. But if you see something that is an overage, that's definitely something to ask about
Okay, so
to start to
I guess
focus us. Yeah.
to that point, so then if I'm comparing the budget for 2023 here to our current revised budget for quarter one, is it supposed to be under or is it? Because it's the 2023-24, the entire year budget, right?
It's the 23-24 entire year budget, correct? Yes.
And so, for example, on the instructional support purchase services,
Mm-hmm.
that's 354. So
Oh, yeah.
we've spent 354 in quarter one.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's what our budget is for
That's
the
the
entire
budget.
year.
It's
Okay.
the 354, right? And then we've spent 225,000, but that would be a good example of one that's over 25% spent for the year. And there's reasons why that can happen. For example, a lot of our contracts for the entire year are paid up front. Sometimes because when you see something that, like last year, it was 105%, it was actually over budget by the first quarter. So there's a possibility that things are being paid up front on that. So yeah, that it's really hard to discern, but that's why, I mean, I think that as we look at these quarterly financials more frequently, we're going to see those kind of patterns throw out and that I'll be able to actually, that's what I try to do in the letter for the first time is like for general fund and then for some of the other funds is just tell you guys what to look for. And then we dig into things as we see those weird anomalies. And then if we find 2 or 3 of them, just to stay in a really high level, that is really helpful because then we keep getting deeper and deeper with the financials without like this paralysis by analysis kind of thing going too.
Yeah, so
That
I think
makes sense.
for me, I think it's gonna be really important for us to have this sheet to know what you guys used, because I think like, I feel like this is possibly the first time we as a board are also like looking at the budget with like just more intensely, just to be like, okay, what are we looking at here and making sure that one, that we're actually budgeting correctly, but 2, that there's also like a budgeting process here that is sustainable for the district, recognizing that we're going to have to be tighter moving forward just in general because of declining enrollment. So I personally would appreciate just knowing, especially for line items like that where I'm sure there's a reasoning behind it. But those are the types of things that I'm going to question, like what happened? Why are we so close to already meeting that budget when we've already exceeded last year's budget?
Okay. Thank you.
Director DeFreitas?
Yeah, Chief Chacoin, this is great. Thank you for taking the time to teach me how to read it. Just listening to you walk us through it tonight's already been very illuminating. And I appreciate the direction to board to stay at those high levels and look for anomalies and hold us accountable in that way, so that we can be respectful of your time moving forward as well. One question is on the page with the orange box, to resolve amount. I'm just wondering process wise, and maybe this is better timed with your next presentation. How have staff and district leadership been involved in bringing forward solutions to closing that gap. And maybe that's more of a Dr. Cole question as well.
Sure. A big component of this would be part of that supplemental budget. I would say that's been a big focus of our last 6 to 8 weeks, is really trying to identify in, I would say, our non-school departments. So a lot of the DO departments, a lot of our operational teams, how we can reduce expenditures immediately in the that would impact the deficit for 24-25 and also in the 25-26 budget. There's been some pretty significant work done in terms of evaluating staffing levels. Particularly you'll see in like transportation and maintenance, there are a bunch of unfilled positions that the leaders have really said, hey, you know what, we can manage without this, to savings of hundreds of thousands of dollars. And we'll be able to detail these specifics for you. It's significant, and I'm really grateful for the leaders who've done some really hard work with their discretionary budgets, looking at their staffing levels. That's the work that we really wanted to be able to say confidently that we've done everything possible before pushing on any school-based budgets or curriculum instruction budgets, that we wanted to make sure every other department had really scrubbed tight prior to starting to talk about additional budget adjustments. And so, I think we're still kind of refining those pieces. We really feel like that supplemental budget deadline is kind of our moment, certainly for 24-25, to be able to stamp, this is how we're going to do it this year. I would say we've done a pretty solid work in the immediate budget, and I think we've done really strong work internally, looking ahead at 25-26. So I'm really grateful for those leaders, and we will be able to detail that for you. I think some of those pieces, there's still some components that we need to analyze with those budgets to see how far we can go. But that's the work we definitely wanted to have done before we started talking about school-based funding.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work on this and for systematizing the process so that quarterly financials will be less burdensome in the future on the team. My only question is around the comparisons, because you said I noticed pretty quickly we're comparing Q1 to a full fiscal year, which doesn't tell us that much. And so I'm curious if in future years, the comparison will be Q1 to Q1, Q2 to Q2, Q3 to Q3. I feel like that would be more useful for the board in identifying anomalies than a Q1. I thought it was to the full year because we didn't have for Q1.
Yeah. So the interesting thing, I think I understand what you're saying, is because the first part, the page 2 and 3 are really looking at an entire year of what we're estimating for the full year. Oh, yeah, this is actually for just quarter 1, the expenditures
okay,
through
so we can't
September
see-
30th. So those percentages and those percentages
Okay.
do align. Yeah.
Got it.
And then the budget is based upon a full year. Yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah.
was
The
confused. by
print
that.
page that we're looking at, that last column was cut off. Is why.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's fine. This is our first one. So we're working through, so I totally get it.
No, that's helpful. And I appreciate, like you said, I very much appreciate
So it's missing.
that it will be more efficient moving forward for your team and getting through this. In the interest of time for the board, we're at 9 o'clock and we have a number of significant items left. Do we want 5 more minutes on this, or are we ready to move on to the CFO update?
I would just like to say one more thing. And it's a difficult position, I think, as a board, because here we are ready to move on. We're out of time. And if we do have questions, like where do those questions come from? And it just seems like as much as we're tasked with looking at the budget and asking questions about the budget, it really seems like our time is always curtailed in being able to do that. And we don't have enough time to go into it in depth. And I just think that's something that needs to be looked at in the future.
I totally agree, Director Tyler. And I think, in a perfect world, which we're heading towards, y'all, we're gonna get there. These quarterly financials are gonna be timely. The policy committee will be staggered, so policy committees will be able to dig deep. We will be looking at these consistently. A lot of those anomalies that Chief Chacoin's talking about are going to resolve. I think there have been moments already where we've leaned on finance team and we've said, hey, finance to the entire board, hey, finance team is working on some pretty messy stuff. If you want to jump in, you should jump in. Policy committee's done the same thing. So I absolutely hear what you're saying. And I think we have the right systems as we move forward to create more space in between right? Like, I mean, if we were looking at this in early November, we would probably have the time and space to dig in a little more. And as you heard from Chief Chacoin, like, you're going to get Q2 in about a month. So it's going to feel like they're stacking. But I think when we start to hit a system, it will start to feel more routine where we'll know, hey, this is the policy committee, or this is the finance committee that's dealing with quarterly financials. If board members want to drop in and really dig deep, let's do it there. Our intention tonight was to have we knew we needed a longer work session to do quarterly financials and audit. We took more time on audit. I think we all had a really great learning. We won't need that much time on audit next year. So I totally hear you. I do think the systems we have in place will eventually settle. And we'll have the time. I think we're baking the right systems and the right teams. I think the work that Christy's doing is building the right processes. We're going to have the right tools. I think right now we're just feeling stacked.
Yep. Anything else on this?
Nope. Let's move on.
The next business in order is a CFO update from Chief Chacoin, and I'm going to jump into board member comments and questions under the assumption that everyone has read the update. I have starting with Director After, if you're ready for that.
We went through this in great detail in Finance Committee, so I don't have any questions.
Director Ramirez.
I'm just trying to think if there was anything I needed to restate from Finance Committee. I don't know why I can't see it on my agenda right now. Sorry. I guess not. Yeah, come back to me, please. I'm sorry.
Director DeFreitas.
We've covered so many of these subjects already tonight. I just wanted to direct public that's listening. This is probably the best way to jump into the summary of where we are. If you have not been involved in the conversation significantly, and Chief Chacoin, you've obviously put time into translating the work you do every day and that your staff does every day into a digestible format, which I appreciate. So this is just a great reference point for people who want to take the pulse of this conversation, who are coming in from the outside. My one question is, could you just one more time describe the position that you all are hiring for and the role that they will have in expanding capacity and expertise for you all?
Yeah, the budget and financial analyst position, what that would look to do is to shore up those processes for the budget situation so that we can get deep with, first of all, educating people and making sure people have what they need when they're budgeting and when they're looking at their budget versus actual, to make sure that we've got multiple eyes on the financial statements and the financial information so we can look at those problems and see things happening that are going to be potentially problematic earlier in the system. As Director Tytler had talked about with the chart of accounts, is making sure to do additional maintenance around our chart of accounts to make sure that it really tightens up that particular system. And then also to help us to get our audit reports completed earlier, just helping the team with completing different reconciliations and making sure that we are self-sustaining as a team are some of the roles that I see that person doing. Also, maybe taking some things off of me, such as the state loan program that has been added this year, that is an additional duty that is very time consuming, especially as we're getting to be so tight, as the auditor was saying, because of our use of fund balance, that that person would be helping to shore up some of that time so we can really monitor those things more closely and our cash flow to make sure that we're doing everything correctly.
Thank you.
Dr. Tyler.
I guess the one question I still have, and I'm not sure if it's related to this one or the one before, but about the health insurance issue, which is the top bullet on the update. Can you talk about where, if we've arrived at a place of what will be the cost for health insurance for staff? I know you talked about they won't pay more this year, and by this year, we're talking about through June, correct? And then as far as beyond June, has there been discussions about what that's looking like for budget year
Yeah.
25, 26 yet? Or where's that conversation at? Who is involved in that conversation? Who are the players?
Do you want to take that or do you want? Okay. We're both nodding. We're like, yeah.
So decisions around the, when we are looking and projecting deficits for 25, 26, we know that any CEBT plan is, if we fund it similarly to the way we have been funding, which is covering the cost of a base plan 100% for the employee. If we continue that commitment, even the most inexpensive plan that CEBT offers will be an additional $1.5 million for the cost of that investment. So we have been forecasting the budget deficit for 25, 26 with at least that 1.5 additional expense. The team that is working on that is the Health Insurance Advisory Committee, which is a contractually obligated commitment from us with our collective collaborative bargaining agreement. Is, if you remember, we committed to working with certified, classified, and admin IBB to make recommendations to the board about health insurance benefits or benefits for employees. So that team is weighing the options through CEBT, understanding that anything beyond that most inexpensive plan is going to make our 25, 26 deficit that we have to cut larger. That team is made up of representatives from each of those IBB groups who are part of the benefits committees of those IBB teams. So there are, the teams requested 4 members from each IBB group. Director Kuhlenberg is representing the Board of Education on that team. Chief Chacoin, Chief Platt, and I are there from the admin team. We are meeting kind of right now about every 2 weeks. We met Tuesday night. We are currently developing some materials that the team requested to help conversations with employees. Every IBB group has done a health insurance benefits survey with employees that they're using to guide conversations. The goal of that group is to come up with a recommendation or potentially a series of recommendations for the Board of Education and for admin to bake into the 25, 26 budgeting process and the determinations we need to make. I don't know if Chief Chacoin or Director Kuhlenberg, you have anything to add, but it's definitely a big committee, big work, really hard work.
And as part of that decision-making, you say the lowest plan offered by CEBT would be that extra $1.5 million. They weren't able to give another plan that could be less.
At this time, no. So much depends upon our usage. Our rates are based on usage. I will name that every local school district from Aspen to Parachute, all of our neighbors use CEBT, and they are all, even our some of our larger charters are in the small school or small employer pool with CEBT. They're all experiencing anywhere between a 10 to 20% rate increase from CEBT, so it's not unexpected, and I don't think it's out of bounds of what our neighboring districts are experiencing. We know that our usage rates are high because of our self-insurance path. So there's a chance that if our use shifts in 25, 26, that 26, 27 might bring other quotes and rates. There's some conversations with CEBT about different types of plans that they might be able to offer, but nothing that would reduce that cost for 25, 26.
Okay, thank you.
Director Ramirez, do you have anything?
Yeah, I think the only thing I'll mention that we did talk about during finance committee was I did reach out to the state demographer and the reached back out to us, and we're happy to hold a work session or Zoom in with the board to talk about their findings just when it pertains to each separate county. And I don't have anything else to add aside from that on any of these. I think I agree with Director DeFreitas that this is an important memo for anyone who is interested to know what is happening with the finances of our district. And I appreciate the thoroughness that Director Chicoine always, Chief Chicoine, keeps confusing, always has for the CFO stuff. I appreciate that you like it so much.
Thanks. And I would just echo those sentiments. I think this is a great starting point for the community. I think as to the health insurance, those meetings are recorded and posted on YouTube. So if anybody is interested in that conversation, those are available publicly, but I appreciate the continued updates on finances, and having this standing update gets helpful in the overall progress of the district.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next business in order is wait, where am I? Did I skip one?
11.
The next business in order is a review of policies JLCD, GBIA, LBD, and regulations JK-R, JKBA-R, and LBD-R. Each board member will have 2 minutes to share comments or ask questions. We'll begin with Director Ramirez.
So policy committee went through these. I think the LBD was the only one that I wasn't able to be present for. I am going through comments right now. I don't believe I had any additions to this that we had to follow up on. Is that correct? No, okay. Then I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Director DeFreitas?
Similar, my questions were related mostly to LBD. I was interested in Director After's comment on the side related to is there any conflict between this policy and the, I guess, outline of their charter? But I've skimmed them and I didn't spot any, so I'm assuming that there's no overlap. I think the one question in general that I had, and this may not be something we can address in policy, but something that might be a consideration in contracts moving forward is, and maybe I'm missing it, sorry if this is a dumb question, reporting out on demographics of enrollment in our charter schools as they reflect the nature of our communities. Is that addressed in their contracts or in this policy, as far as we know?
Not in this policy. It is addressed in, I believe we'd have to look at the exact language, and I can make sure to share that and get that back in front of everybody in an update. There is language that strives in the charter, in the contracts, to nudge the charters towards a reflective demographic makeup that reflects the community and the district. There isn't any sort of it's very difficult. I don't even know if it's possible to mandate that, require that, create some sort of conditional issues around that. And I think typically what we've done is ask the charters to update us, as they have done on the one-on-ones, on kind of how they're managing that, tracking that, paying attention, and trying to invest in outreach and communication to shift those to be more reflective. But yeah, it doesn't, these policies don't really address it. They're really more about process and how we work, how the charter school authorization process works for us. And really the only reason it's coming before you all is because of the timeline shift in terms of statute. So.
Thank you.
Director Tyler?
I had the same question and I put that in as a comment that Director DeFreitas just asked about. And from your response, Director Cole, is that not possible? Like, is it illegal to put that in there? Can we not add that to the policy, that they will reflect our school makeup? Is that not, like, is it illegal to ask for that?
I think it would need to be articulated in the charter contract. I think it's one of those components. I think if we go back to thinking about the way we established the contract with our teachers union, and we talked about what trumps, like, policy or the contract. I think in this case, that contract is going to trump what we write in policy. You know, we're we've got 2 more years on our current charter contracts. And so next year we'll begin the work of kind of starting to figure out how are we going to go through that process with charter renewals. And I think that's probably the best space for those conversations of, you know, how do we support the charter schools, the charter school leadership that is, I mean, I would name Director DeFreitas, who are really representing our 2 charters, know that the leaders in both those schools are committed to that, the spirit of that. I think the technical how gets hard for independent small schools, and not independent, but small charter schools to do that work. I mean, I think they're deeply committed to it as leaders. And I think it's a matter of then how do we support that to happen on the ground? And I think that's a conversation we'll need to have as we get into the charter renewal process. And one that I know that we're having every time we meet with our charter schools.
And there's still not so the fact that the contract would trump the policy, is that reason not to have it in policy still? To say that this is something that we expect, something that we want, something that we value?
It's a great question. I mean, we could take that back to policy committee to look at how that might be done.
I will say the review of this policy and regulation were limited to the timelines. That was the statutory update, was the timeline had changed in statute. So policy committee did not get into a broad conversation about the rest of the content of this policy. It was limited to getting us in line with state statute in terms of enshrining those timelines in these policies.
And so would it come about to do that again at a different time, or is it still a possibility to have that conversation even if that wasn't the initial intent?
We could, I just don't think that at this moment staff has contemplated that, nor has policy committee. So I don't know that this is the moment where we could have that.
Okay, is that something that we could look at bringing back up in the second read then, or?
I would say it's either that, or it would be a recommendation to actually bring this policy forward.
For full review.
For a full review beyond the statutory requirement.
I think we would have to, I mean, I would want us to involve our charter schools in that conversation and our charter school boards and communities, as we do with other policies when we involve stakeholder groups. That's an expectation we put on staff. And I don't know that on this timeline that is possible.
And I'm fine with that being on that timeline then. So in order to do that, do we need to make some kind of resolution now or some kind of, or do we just ask that it gets brought up at policy committee? Or
Jonathan, can you make note to add that to our list of policies to come back to? Yes.
Well, and just correct me if I'm wrong, would that not be part of the last moment in our board meetings where it is the future agenda topics? Is that where that proposal would happen?
On the board tracker.
You could submit it through the board tracker and we would pull it up then.
Yeah, got it. Yep. Okay.
And then just bringing up to the same question that was alluded to with the contracts that we had with our charter schools. I know we had this discussion when we were talking with the charter schools. Was it part of that contract or was it never in the contract about demographics? And was it just conversation, or do we know that?
I don't want to guess without looking at it, but I'll make sure that we get that charter contract, both of the charter contracts and the board update this week, and let's all dig in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, I had some questions, I'm sorry, about other ones too. When was the last time that the disciplinary matrix was updated? Okay.
There are small updates and
Okay. Thank you. My last question is on JKBAR. I still have a question about when students are leaving the classroom, and I put in a comment about, is it expected when the student is to leave the classroom for example, like as a brain break, and I know like that happens at least at some schools where is that now one time that they've left the classroom, and now if they do that a second time, now does there need to be that whole write-up and a plan associated with that?
AKBA.
Dash R.
Um.
My question concerns line A on page. I don't know what.
So if you look on page 2,
I'm sorry, what on
on JKBA-R, page 2, section 2,
JKBR?
JKBA-R,
Uh-huh.
the one you just asked about, section 2, student breaks, C. You'd added a line, teachers should work with school leaders and student support teams to document breaks for students who require a break more than once a week to inform future planning steps. We want to give some guidance, but understand that there's a difference between a student being asked to take a break every hour, every day, multiple times. But if it's at least more than once a week, regularly for multiple weeks, it's probably a good cadence to monitor and then use that to determine further planning steps, which might vary.
Were you pointing to language that contradicted that?
I was just pointing to language which is in letter B of the next page,
Section 3.
top of the page, where it says, when the student is removed from the classroom, the student must be given the opportunity to, the student will be returned to class as soon as reasonably possible. The teacher or school principal. I'm not sure that that's the one, sorry.
It is.
That's the one you recall.
Here's where it is. That a behavior plan will be developed after the second removal of the student from class. And I think of my experience, at least at Carbondale Middle School, where students they're sent on a green, yellow, red card, and they can be sent with cards out of this classroom to refocus, basically. And it seems like at least that in Carbondale Middle School, that would be happening on a much more regular basis, where then this policy would be now that if that has happened twice, they now need to have a plan developed after that removal. And at least for that school, I think that would be a big change in how their behavior plan exists at this point.
I think what I would draw your attention to in section 2 would be the circumstances that you're describing. It's like the teacher gives a card to a student to go run in here and go to this room.
I wasn't talking about errands though.
Yeah, or to go, you need a time out. Go to this room. Section 3 is when there's more of an emergency situation where a teacher has to request that a school leader comes and removes the student from class. So it's in that circumstance where that formal removal.
I think what you're asking is if on the red card, let's say a student is removed or needs to go to the refocus room and it's the remainder of the period, and let's imagine it's about 45 minutes or so, that should be recorded as an in-school suspension because they're missing the majority of that period. In the cases in which they are removed to go to the refocus room for, I'm actually not, I don't know all the details of how.
So like say they go for 20 minutes and come back.
Right. What I'm hearing you ask is that considered a break or is that considered a removal? And if we're thinking about time, that might be an area for clarification.
This was part of our discussion. We looked at this before. In section 2, that student break is defined as a short time of about 10 to 15 minutes. Section 3 is a situation where the teacher has to request that a school leader come and remove a student from class because of like this more extreme disruption or unsafe behavior. And then then there's this other category that's gonna be longer than the class period, which we're gonna consider ISS, which falls under its own policy. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that your concern,
I understand now that might be more in section 2.
that you're thinking about a situation that would involve section 2 and applying it to section.
Thank you.
Director After?
Yeah, I took your advice and I put comments in the document and I hope that was useful for you guys because I appreciated the not back and forth, but I appreciated the responses. So that answered most of my questions. And I did still have some questions outstanding on the charter school policy, which a lot of which have been answered here. So I feel satisfied with the discussion. I don't have anything else to add.
I don't have anything else to add on these. I will note that in which one was it? LBD-R, there were some optional CASB text that looks like was left in and Jonathan had flagged it. And I believe that he had just deleted the word optional, but I suggested deleting the sentence after the word optional also, because I believe that both of those things were meant to be deleted. But other than that, I got my questions answered during policy committee and I'm happy with where these are. So we'll have 5 minutes if anyone has anything else on these policies.
I thought those were optional. Like I was reading that, wasn't that part of how an applicant would submit information to the district? And so I thought that was not optional policy text, but rather optional for the applicant.
You might be right. Let's check on that. I just did it, so I didn't read it in depth. I just read the first couple. Yeah.
I just had one question on LBD on that last sentence. And again, I wasn't present for the conversation on this, but I do agree with Director Tytler that this should come back before the board for us to be able to work on this. But the last sentence or the last two sentences, the period for which a new district charter may be approved is 5 academic years. Should we provide clarity on that to say, because I guess I'm kind of confused, like the period for which a new district charter, like if the charter Waldorf wanted to apply, they're considered new, even though they've existed?
If it's right, if it's a new chart, it could be an old school, but if they became a charter, then it would be considered a new district charter. And so then, yeah, that initial approval contract would be in existence for 5 years. Does that make sense? So I guess any new, I mean, I think that's all it's saying is that any new charter gets 5 years. And then once you renew the charter, there's more freedom to how long that renewal is set.
Okay, so I mean, I get now what this line is supposed to say, but I do think like it could use some wordsmithing from the team because I don't know that that's.
Well, and the funny thing is it's maybe approved, right? So it's even negotiable. Like we could take a new charter and say, we have some concerns here. We're just going to do the charter for 2 years because it may be approved at 5.
So the statute now says when a local board of education approves a new charter application, the charter is authorized for a period of at least 4 years.
Oh, at least 4. So that's how we got to align that. That's
change
not
it.
aligned to
That's
statute.
the laws of 2022.
Let's change that language.
But double check it. It's just on a quick Google search on fine law. Okay. Anything else on these?
I do have one more question. Is there, with this new idea of making comments and getting feedback that way and having less time than needed during policy board time, is there a time where you all feel like you would need our comments by in order to get that response?
Yes, especially if you're going to expect it.
I mean, I think I would expect it because that would be the reason to do it in the document ahead of time versus doing it during this time.
Well, you could use your time to reiterate those questions if it
Yeah.
doesn't get answered.
But just still, is there like a expected time where you feel like if that is the idea?
Do you guys get the emails of policy committee? Like
No,
when we
they don't.
are doing policy?
No.
And that's, I mean, you know, we say this is still a work in progress in terms of our timing. I think, I would say if the expectation is that the board members are going to enter comments, our team needs, at the very least, I would say, if the expectation is that we've responded at least like a week.
There's
So we don't
there's
even
not
get
an
them
expectation
until-
that there's a response.
Right.
Board members should enter comments to give staff a heads up, to give other board members a heads up of what you're questioning about, so that it can just move the conversation along. We've never tied ourselves to a timeline of other board members entering comments
Okay.
because that it gets very difficult to
It's
figure out a
just not
timeline.
realistic.
And it's not realistic.
Okay,
So,
and I was just, I guess,
Yeah.
trying to, I
I think
maybe
it's
have the wrong idea of
yeah,
how that was supposed to be done.
it's for you, so you know where they are, for staff, so they can easily see what you're talking about, so you're not having to say like LKB, paragraph 6, line 3, like it's just
Okay,
more efficient to get there.
And we definitely, you can see, weren't consistent. Like if somebody was able to respond, they responded.
Mhm.
Yeah, there were
Yeah.
plenty of comments y'all made that we were.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
and a
I
lot of
definitely
time-
looked at them tonight to go, oh, this is what we're gonna talk
Right.
about.
that helps clarify. Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else on these? Okay, we're not taking action on these tonight, so we're good. Thank you. The next business order is action on ECE tuition rates. Do I have a motion to approve the ECE tuition rates?
I make a motion to approve the ECE tuition rates.
Is there a second?
I
Yeah.
second.
We'll now have 2 minutes discussion for each board member, and then we'll take a vote. We'll begin with Director DeFreitas this time.
I think we had an in-depth discussion around this the end of last year, and moving forward, is there anything substantive that I should ask about? Because these just look like rates that have been updated to reflect the reality that we're facing.
They are, yeah, and they're actually not changed at all over last year. We did not increase rates this year.
Director Tyler?
I just had a question on the pass-through funding of $1.5 million. Can you tell me what this $1.5 million is and where it comes from?
For early childhood.
Yes,
It's a pass through from the general fund to support, and actually I want to correct it because it's 1.25. I keep saying 1.5. Chrissy keeps correcting me. It's
Is that a
1.25.
decrease from the budget that we approved for this year? We approved a budget with a supplement of 1.5 million for ECE. The budget we approved for 24-25 was with a supplement of 1.5 million. I'm almost positive.
Let's double check.
Yeah.
That might be why it's in my head. This is really interesting, and it has a connection to the next board topic, but 24-25 is the first year that we put ECE in its own budget. For years, the Roaring Fork Schools has shored up early childhood, and it is not a program that sustains itself on its tuition and revenue basis. And so that funding goes to salaries. I would say it goes to salaries. The ECE budget for materials is quite small in the bulk of what we pay salaries and benefits. And so that money assists and supports the cost of ECE team. I would say primarily.
so basically the district is supporting our ECE at the tune of $1.5 million.
You got it. In addition to all the in-kind costs, all the indirect services, you know, if this were a standalone program, it could not stand financially.
That's where I guess I'm confused then, because when I look at tuition funding sources on that pie chart, I don't see where the school funding part is part of that.
You're on am I correct? You're on the like ECE at a glance.
Yes. And so at that part on the page with the pie chart on the second page, it talks about the tuition funding sources, and I don't see our $1.5 million included in that.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we were trying to cover here is how we pay, how tuition is covered. I would say tuition, like that's, if we were to define, what do we count as tuition and how is that broken down? That pie chart shows how tuition is broken down, but tuition doesn't cover, it's not the sole revenue source for the program. So
So
I
a pie chart would be $3.687 million.
if it were, yes, if we included that RFSD pass through in the sped child find funding as revenue, right? The pie chart's really just supposed to break down when we look at that pre-K tuition revenue, what makes up the bulk of that.
Why is it like labeled? What's the idea of pass-through funding? Like,
That it's
So I thought-
pass through from the general fund to keep the program running.
okay. And was that in, maybe I looked for that. Is that in this quarterly financial presentation? The 1.5 million would be in there somewhere.
There is a breakdown of the quarterly financials for the early childhood fund. I'm not sure if it I think it might show the 300,000, which is the first quarter or something like that, of the pass, like the first quarterly component of the pass through as revenue in quarter one.
And what is that under which part of the budget?
It's at the end of the quarterly financials, you'll see all the designated purpose funds, the cap construction fund, all the isolated funds. Or kind of independent funds, and there should be an early childhood fund page. I'm not sure which page it is, but.
Oh, yes. I see that.
That's pretty cool, right? I'm just saying, that was not our reality a little bit ago, that we could say, hey, just turn to the quarterly financial page. Just saying, thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
Director After?
I appreciate the at a glance document. Thank you to whoever put that together. That's nice. And I don't have any further questions. Sorry, one thing. Every year we have to approve ECE rates because we're charging a fee.
You have to approve any fee that we charge anybody at any time.
Okay, so we do student fees.
You got it.
Okay, got it. Sports, athletics, sorry,
Mhm.
got it. Thank
Yes.
you. I don't have any questions.
Director Ramirez?
Is this document at a glance front facing?
Yeah, that's what it's been used for. And we've kind of tried to update it every year for folks that come, just kind of like a quick fact sheet. We use this for the legislative tour. We handed it out there just as a quick highlight. Snapshot of the program.
I would just recommend that you guys update your contact information at the bottom. I think that would be important. So how long have we had the ECE program? I mean, I know it's been a long time, right?
Yeah, as long as I've been here, that's 8 years, probably longer. I think the statutory requirement to provide educational services for students with disabilities ages 3 to 21 is part of why districts have early childhood programs.
So I think ECE it's obviously something that, like, as a former pre-K teacher, like, I care deeply that we have this program, and not only that, but supporting it. But I also have often been worried at how much money we're investing into ECE from the general fund, because I feel, and I may have perceived this wrong, that at one point in time, this program was going to become self-sustaining, and that it was going to actually be a program that with tuition, with whatever, that it was going to be its own, which I, for some reason, remember that is sort of where we started pushing on it having its own budget. I could be wrong. I'm glad that it has its own budget, but I also still carry that concern that it doesn't seem like it's a program that has been able to overcome all of the changes. There's been a lot of struggle within the program. So, I feel like I have a duty as a board member to go back through my notes to see what the past conversation has been on this. But I don't have a recollection of this becoming pass-through funding. And I do remember that we said oh, we're going to supplement this program, because it needs the support to, you know, but eventually it's going to become a program that is self-sustaining. And so, you know, I do think that that is still a concern that I carry. You know, I appreciate that we're not increasing tuition. You know, I think as much as we can do that as possible, especially for our staff, it's really important. And so I appreciate that as a whole, but I still carry this concern as a board member that like this program just doesn't, I don't know where the future is when I think of ECE programming, because it doesn't feel like we're gonna be ever at a place where this program can sustain itself. And if I'm wrong on that, I would appreciate the team come back to me.
Yeah, you know, I think your recollection of maybe the murkiness of it is accurate. As you know, in my former role supporting early childhood, it was incredibly frustrating that I couldn't see it. Like I couldn't see the budget. Which also meant that we couldn't ask for funding because we couldn't see if we could provide no budget summary for the program. And we knew that the district was standing it up, but we couldn't figure out how, because it was all just baked into the general fund. So to try to understand what our contributions were to early childhood prior to 24-25 would require line by line going through and trying to figure out what was the name of that teacher, find her in the salaries, find out where her funding was coded, put that into the, you know, build a new budget. And so I share that concern. And I feel like as conversations happen locally and regionally around early childhood funding, I feel great urgency for us to get this budget tight, because I want our community to see the investment that the Roaring Fork Schools has made in this, and that we are leveraging everything. Like we're doing early Head Start, we're doing CCAP, we're doing all the things. We're the only program that doesn't expel kids. We're the only programs that serve students with disabilities in our service area. We're also the only program that holds spots open and doesn't fill, so that if a student with disability moves in or gets identified, we can immediately place them. We lose money on that over and over and over again. We make sure that our employees have healthcare. We have certain benefits that I think in the student population that we are privileged to serve and that we prioritize. There are different needs in terms, you know, we have low ratios in those classrooms because of the dynamic needs of the students we have. We have to staff early childhood special educators, and you know, we're trying to really adjust that. You'll see some of the savings for 25-26 has to do with some innovative ways that we're grappling with that based on what we've learned over the last couple of years. It's going to save like $250,000 in the program. But we're still spending $250,000 on early childhood special educators, and what we get from state and federal government for preschool special education is about $40,000-$50,000 a year. So that's an investment that we make as a district to serve the students that we care deeply about. And so I'm with you, and I think it'll be really interesting to watch this budget in the next couple of years as we tighten it up. And frankly, I think as we push in regionally to really stamp, and I feel like we have an obligation to really stamp in the conversation that's happening around potential ballot initiatives in early childhood, to really stamp what makes us different as school districts, the kids that and families that we serve that other folks don't, the way we hold spots for special populations and end up losing money. I think there's a lot of work here. So I just shared your concern, and I share, I mean, I deeply feel committed that if we are going to see the outcomes we want to see for our students, and particularly our students of color and emerging bilingual students, we have to do everything possible to work with families to make sure that families have access to high quality early childhood education before kindergarten. And I think right now, the only organizations really stepping up in that space to make sure that low-income families have consistent access to early childhood education in the Valley are us in the Busacito program. Occasionally folks are offering scholarships, but I don't think because of how hard early childhood is to fund, there aren't programs that say, we'll take everybody regardless of the barrier to pay in the way that we do, in the way that Busacito does. So it's an interesting conversation, but we're paying for it. K-12 is paying for it. The general fund is paying for it.
Yeah, and I think my biggest thing is just as a board member, I understand that, and I also think like, yes, it is important for us, right? These are all our kids. But are we being a good partner with the rest of the valley? In not only like uplifting ECE as a whole, but also I think like I question if like our commitment to just be like, everybody come is not gonna cause a bigger issue for us in the long run with the quality that we're able to provide for every student. And so I just, again, I appreciate and I look forward to seeing this budget moving forward because it is a concern of mine of how much money we are putting into this account every year for what I thought was supplemental is now being considered pass through. So that's it.
No, it's fine. I have a lot of questions on this, but I'm gonna limit it. So do we have an idea of what it's gonna take to stand up this program next year? Is this gonna be another infusion of 1.2, 1.5, 2? Like, do we have any idea of where it is next year? Because that impacts my thoughts on tuition rates. Because if we're already having to infuse this much cash, why are we not increasing tuition at least at inflation rates or COLA rates to continue to support this program that is in the red? I don't know that that's fiscally responsible for us to approve tuition rates that are not increasing as nice as it is for families. And as much as we value that, we also have to think of the whole system. And that to me would seem short-sighted of us as a board to not consider. So it's hard for me to say right now, like put my stamp of approval on these tuition rates when we don't know the amount of money that it's going to cost us to stand this program up next year when we're in this financial crunch and crisis.
That's a fair push. You know, we know for sure that in the restructuring of the early childhood special educators, we're anticipating anywhere from a $200,000 to $250,000 savings. You know, that's part of what Chief Chacoin mentioned in that internal DO 2 million that we're starting to reduce. So that's good, you know, that'll reduce that contribution significantly.
Are we reallocating that to cover these recurring expenses that we need to cover? Or are we going to reduce the early childhood fund by that amount? Because I think those are two different things. If we're using that to cover our overages, then we're necessarily taking that out of this fund, right?
Well, it won't be part of the transfer over. So that funding will stay in our general fund.
Okay.
$250,000 savings wise. So it's not savings that's sitting in the ECE. It'll just reduce the general fund transfer to ECE, which means then we get to use it for other things in the general fund.
But are we anticipating having to increase our contribution?
You know, it's a good question. I mean, there's a ton of moving parts and pieces to this. The program doesn't really run on it if the tuition would cover our costs. We haven't really built it that way. So few families pay full tuition in our preschool program. That, and we could pull those numbers to actually see how many people actually are paying tuition because it's small. Well, you can see from the pie chart, right? What percent or what kind of chunk of it comes from the full tuition. Yeah, we do not have a lot of 100% tuition paying families in the program, but I mean, that's a consideration. And I would say our urgency in bringing this to you is that preschool enrollment is open for us internally right now. We could certainly, and so we felt an obligation to post rates. I mean, we could certainly say, and we can still post, these are last year's rates. They are subject to more discussion by the board. And that's fine. Like if we felt like, hey, we want to see a more fleshed out budget before we do this, I guess I would just want to manage expectations that I don't think a significant, even a small, I don't think that a tuition increase based on the limited number of families who actually pay tuition is going to have that much of an offset. But we haven't fleshed that out. And it's a budget that's messy. It's hard to project. Our projections for this year on early childhood were incredibly limited by our inability to hire staff. So we have, we were ready. We had the families ready to fill every classroom that we were able to get into, and we've got a bunch of empty ones because we can't hire. We have wait lists at C.R.S, GSES, and we have empty classrooms and we just have no teachers. So I'm worried about, the scale and scope of this plan. Of course, with the demographic studies, I think we need to reduce what we're looking at for early childhood. I think certainly as a team, we're anticipating that the size and scope of this program is going to shrink. So we could wait to see a tighter budget on it.
If the rest of the board's comfortable voting on it, I'm fine voting on it. I just wanted to point out for me that it's difficult for me to tie myself to this rate without knowing what additional funding this program is going to need.
I too would like to have further discussion on rates and associated with that, I guess a question I have with this $1.5 million that we're supplementing, or 1.25, I'm not sure which one we're looking at. What percentage of that money is going towards the school district staff tuition rates? And what percentage of that is going towards the non-staff rates? And as I look at what the staff rates are paying, I'm looking at somebody who's making $121,000 is still only paying 80%, which seems like perhaps maybe a lot of money to be making and not being paying full childcare. And what is our rates? Because like when I look at the preschool rates for staff, it looks like it comes out about $75 if you're paying 100% per day for the extended day toddler. And what is that rate compared to rates in our valley? And if that is comparable, then maybe the 80% is okay. But if that's already less than what they're paying comparable, then maybe that's something we need to look at.
Well, let's just make a determination tonight on if we're going to vote on this or not, because we need to move forward. I feel like we could spend a lot of time on this, and I do have a lot of questions, but it's almost 10 o'clock and we still have other agenda items. So like I said, I'm comfortable voting on it and approving it tonight if that's what the board is prepared to do.
I would like to postpone the voting on it.
I'm comfortable voting on tuition rates because I know that this is the season for it, but I do feel like I have a lot of questions still. And I do think, because of the current board and some of the changes you guys have had in ECE, I do feel like we need to update like some of the concerns we've had in the past of like families who have said that like they're expected to attend every day or and can't miss a day.
Can you put that in the board tracker? Sorry, I'm really trying to move us along.
Yeah. And so I do think it would be helpful to us. And the only other thing, Anna, that I wanted to bring up is, I hear you on like us and the Bucecito, but the Bucecito is a nonprofit that receives a lot of money for their programming. We are not the Bucecito.
I will say too, I work at a private preschool and we have 2 kids that are on IEPs in my classroom. So it's not limited to the Roaring Fork School District that has every child that's on an IEP. They receive either a la carte services, so they're coming into our programs for speech or other services. But that's also something that I think we need to consider. We can't carry it all. If we don't have funding for it, we can't carry it all. We need to be partners. So, okay.
There's a motion on the table.
There's a motion on the table. So do we want to vote on it?
I'm happy to vote on it.
Okay.
What was that?
Everyone's ready to vote on it.
But along.
And then I'll put it board track request for next year.
Okay. Any intervening motions to amend? Can you please call the vote?
Director After,
Aye.
Director DeFreitas,
Aye.
Director Kohlenberg,
Aye.
Director Ramirez, Director Teitler.
Nay.
Motion passes. The next business in order is discussion regarding future agenda topics and board tracker requests. Are there specific? There are 2. I know of 1. I don't have the other one listed on our agenda.
I just have 2 that I want to bring to you.
Okay. Yeah.
Tracker request follow-up.
Okay.
And clarification. So 2 tracker requests. Let's start with number 2, which is related to early childhood. Director Ramirez asked for the last 5 years of investments, and I'm sorry, I'm looking for my notes. Investments in early childhood, that is just gonna take a ton of time for all the reasons I explained. I really feel that I can't ask finance team to work on that. And so just wanted to pressure test that with you all, whether that is a directive from the board. But I really don't know that we can pull that off this year.
Yeah, and I think I said rough estimate. Is that on the board tracker?
Even that, I don't know how we would pull it. That, you know, it was so the costs for ECE historically were baked into the general fund, and I don't even know how we would estimate where to pull those out.
Because they weren't line items.
That's crazy. So hoping you're comfortable with putting questions about ECE in the tracker. We'll bake an update that can address some of those other ones, but hoping we can maybe drop that request for now.
I mean, I'm fine dropping it for now, but I think eventually we're gonna have to figure that out. Honestly, like I feel as a board member, like we have a responsibility to know how much money we've invested into this program from, I don't know, and 5 years was asking for like a little bit of time because EC has existed longer than that. So, you know, I do think like eventually it would be helpful to the board to even have like 2 years back at least. I mean, and I said 5 years because that's how long I've been a board member.
Yeah, I just don't know how we would.
Eventually it would be helpful to know like
Well,
how
and
much
now
do
that
you
we
guys
have
think
the
you
early
invested?
childhood fund, it's gonna be easier
I know.
to identify it. So,
It's gonna be way easier to track moving forward. It's the going back that I don't know whether that serves us or feels like worth staff time. So just need direction from you all, and if that's something that needs to stay on the list.
I think in light of the season that we're in,
I agree.
I don't think it needs to happen.
Okay.
Does not need.
We'll
to
push
happen.
it. We'll
Yeah.
push it.
Yeah.
Okay. The other one, Director Tytler requested information around newly immigrated students and specific data. I think it was kind of part of that conversation around IHBEA. Similarly, I think need to hear, that's a pretty extensive data dive. I don't disagree that there is additional data we need to be looking at around our newly immigrated students, around I don't disagree that we need to be looking at a lot of this data. I think the urgency around this is some clarification that we would like from the board. If we had a directive from the board, this is at least probably 30 to 40 hours of staff time. I think we could get to it by the end of April. I would like to propose that we integrate some of this data pool with conversations around IHBEA. We work on clarifying some of the specific requests, because it sounds like from our read that the key question was for students who enter Roaring Fork School District to kindergarten and are, you know, kind of classified as having limited or no English proficiency. The key questions seem to be like, how long are they in our program?
Correct.
What happens when they exit? What happens to the student? You know, what is an okay amount of time to be in the program? What is considered too long? How are we tracking that data? What are the scores upon exit as compared to peers? So those are all things that I think we could pull in that conversation with IHBEA. So what I'd like to propose is that in my plan that I'll start with policy committee on how we can tackle continuing to work on IHBEA with a robust process, that we also talk about some data that needs to happen in parallel and build some timelines with that. So wanting to see if the board would support that, kind of addressing some of those data requests through that process and giving us some time for it.
I think this data is central to conversations that return to our desks in a lot of different lights and a lot of priorities. But so in no way are we saying we don't need this information. I'm sensitive to the weight that staff is carrying right now, though. So I would take your direction, Dr. Cole, on a reasonable timeline. But recognizing that, at least for me, this is, like you said, it's a critical part of framing how we approach that gap and move forward with it.
I feel I'm okay if we talk about timeline and when this can happen. I do feel it is pertinent information for us to do. These are our most at-risk students in a certain sense. They're coming to us as never ever's coming to school for the first time, not knowing how to learn in a school system where they're not understanding the language. And I think it's very important when we're being asked to address the achievement gap that we're having. And here we have Vosis, who's come for the 20th time in a row to one of our meetings and has made the same demand of the achievement gap as one of their issues of how are we addressing it. And I feel like this is a group of students who, other than their 1 hour of ELL that they get in their daily life, they're not being addressed. And that's, I think, compared to students who come in as high schoolers who are new high school students, and they're getting programming that goes beyond just their ELL time. They're getting these newcomer classes, and they're getting that instruction that we're not affording to these kindergarten NEP students in the same way. And I feel like it's important for us to look at systematically what is happening and when is that exiting happening. And I think that's very important information. And I think it's important information to also the part that I think was missed from your summary at the beginning was how is that compared to what's happening at Basalt Elementary School for students who have gone through a K-4 program where they have been able to receive bilingual education, and comparing how these NEP students are doing in those two circumstances, just to see what are we able to do for those students, and is that something that is helping these students in a way that students who aren't receiving that are getting. And so I feel like this is data that is pertinent to us closing this achievement gap, for us looking at how we can do programming that is best for our students. And I think I understand we are at a difficult time right now with budgets and with staff and with what we can give with our people. But I think it's also something that we need to keep in mind, that if we look at our last 6 years of growth percentiles for our ELL population, they've never reached 50th percentile in growth in the last 6 years. And so we do need to be doing something different than what we're doing now. And what is that data set looking like, that so we're not just continuously dropping further and further and further behind, which
So as a response, can we get a timeline of when, essentially, in response to Kenny's request, can you indicate what you just said here tonight about aligning it and figuring out how, when, and when it's best to address it?
Sure. I mean, I guess I would like to revise the specific requests, some of the components. And I don't disagree that there's some, let's look at how kids are doing program to program. We have 2 dual language programs. So I think that would be interesting to look at. So I guess what I'm asking for is the ability to revise the request and set a reasonable timeline that we could tackle that. And looking for clarity, because if the board believes that, nope, as written, we want that data pulled, my timeline is going to be saying end of April is what it's going to take to get that data in that form. If it's not connected, if we can't.
I think having a revised request and a timeline would be helpful for the board so that we can understand your position better in terms of what is feasible and reasonable.
Recognizing that healthy staff.
Is important, and understanding the benefit of having the data and also weighing that against the burden that is collected.
Yeah, and the complication specifically is we're looking at historical data. Students who started with us, enrolled in us continuously, started in kindergarten as is different than the one-off. What's the current number of long-term English learners in a school? We get that very quickly. And so that it's the multiple layers of it that take longer. And when we talked about pulling the data for individual students there, and we're looking at K-12, and for how, you know, how long ago did this all?
Yeah.
Or where we're together. But that's where it gets not. Other pieces we can get.
So do you think via the board update, you could provide
I mean, I could do either.
the revised scope and timeline, and then if we feel like we need to bring it back for another discussion at a board meeting, we could do that.
Sure. I was initially proposing to do it in concert with the plan around IHBEA, but
Yeah.
we could separate the two.
And I know at least at the South Elementary School, I know it's been only like 3 years that they've been fully bilingual, and prior to that,
And my fourth grader has been in it since kindergarten.
but it hasn't been in the entire school at that time, has it?
No, the older grades were not.
And so I know it hasn't been entire school, and I know prior to that, maybe only like a third or half of the classes were doing it, but I know that they have, I believe in Infinite Campus, they at least have teacher names of who were the teachers that can go back far enough that they could decide who was in bilingual at that point or not.
Hence the need to have until April.
Yes, I understand that.
We have thought.
Mhm.
Wrapped into IHBEA, I'm sorry, whatever the letters are, would be most effective in my mind, since data should be driving our decisions in that way. Separating them doesn't necessarily seem effective.
I mean, I don't disagree, but I also don't necessarily agree, because I think for me, at least, IHBA is one thing that I think we want to get done. And I think the data will help us, but I also think we as a school district should strive to have that data moving forward. And so I don't, you know, I get what you're saying, I think that's fine. I think if you provide it in the board update to let us know what you think is doable for you in a shorter timeline and what isn't, and what's gonna take you to April, I think that's important for us to know. But I also think, like, if you can get something to us sooner than that, where we just go through it ourselves, it's like, I think IHBA has its timeline that we're gonna go through, and I feel like that's more connected to getting an update from Amy on what programming is.
What I heard in our conversation around IHBEA, and where I think there was a lot of overlap and shared interest between staff and Director Tytler's proposal, was around accountability and metrics. And so what I was hoping to do is bring together this data request as a revised, hey, this is the kind of data I think we should be asking for in IHBEA. This is the kind of thing I think we should bake into the policy to say, when we're reporting on data, this is the kind of metrics the board wants to see as an accountability metric. So that was my thought of bringing them together, was that it could be an exemplar for the board to say, oh yeah, this is the right question. This is the right kind of data. And this is the right level for us to say. If you remember when we did ADB, the board proposed, here's some kinds of the metrics you could be sharing with us for DEI impact statements. And so I was kind of thinking along the same lines, that there could be a way that I think, given what Director Tytler is coming after here, that I think would align with what staff would say are the kind of data practices we need to have more consistently, that then you could stamp into IHBA.
Got it.
So that was thinking.
So
I
it feels
think
like we're in agreement.
I would,
Sorry.
I want to say something.
Yeah.
I guess my perspective is, I feel like you understand where the board's trying to get to in terms of ultimate outcomes. And if you have the data between now and April, or a few months later, that helps us get there, and we can incorporate that somehow into IHBA, I think that's fine. I think we're all moving toward the same goal here, and you can help direct us or push back in terms of what is actually feasible. But I do think we all have the same ultimate goal in mind.
Good.
So just as a recap, or if you want to do the recap, I'm happy for you to recap, but I'm understanding that there will in the board update be some kind of response to what you feel like the data request can be done, what you can do as far as data at this point, and how and when and how that could be given, and how it could interface with the request of IHBEA.
I think so. I'm not going to say this Friday's update, but maybe by next week.
In the interest of time, are we good here?
I think we're good here,
Okay.
unless any board member has any other updates or issues.
Well, we have updates and appreciations next. I'm gonna propose that we skip that tonight and that we move forward to the next item. Is everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So next business in order is an executive session pursuant to section 24-64024A C.R.S. Discussion of options for the potential sale of school district real property interests, including prioritizing properties for the purpose of obtaining valuations, inviting Superintendent Cole, Chief Bomhoff, and Chief Chacoin. Do I have a motion to move into executive session?
I move that the Board of Education move into executive session pursuant to executive session section 24-6-4024A C.R.S. discussion of options for the potential sale of the school district real property interest, including prioritizing properties for the purpose of obtaining valuations, inviting Superintendent Cole, Chief Bomhoff, and Chief Chacoin.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Board will now move into executive session, inviting Superintendent Cole, Chief Bomhoff, and Chief Chacoin. The time is 10:11 PM. Upon No objection, this meeting will be a. Okay. If there is no further business and no objection, this meeting will be adjourned. It is 10:36 PM.